They did not build Ebensee in the open. They carved it into the mountain. Deep in the Austrian Alps, near a quiet lake surrounded by snow-covered peaks, the Nazis created a camp that did not need fences to feel like a prison. The mountain itself became the wall. The tunnels became the cage. Ebensee was not designed for spectacle. It was designed for secrecy. Here, prisoners were forced underground, digging vast tunnel systems into solid rock to protect Nazi weapons production from Allied bombs. Day and night, men swung picks in suffocating darkness. Dust filled their lungs. Air grew thin. Hunger hollowed their bodies. Collapse meant beating. Falling behind meant death. Ebensee was a subcamp of Mauthausen, but it would become one of the deadliest sections of the entire complex. As the war turned against Germany, transports flooded in from other collapsing camps. Starvation worsened. Disease spread. Barracks overflowed. The tunnels deepened. And the killing intensified. Not always with bullets, but with exhaustion, deprivation, and indifference. This was a place where men disappeared into stone, where labor became annihilation, where the mountain swallowed voices. And before we begin, take a moment to like this video, subscribe to In&Out Nazi Germany, and let me know in the comments where in the world you're watching from. Every story, every memory, and every place matters. And together we keep history alive. Now let's begin. Chapter 1, Segment 1. The mountain chosen for secrecy. Before there were barracks. Before there were tunnels. Before there were prisoners marching through snow. There was only a quiet alpine valley. Ebensee sits near the southern shore of Lake Tronsee in Austria, surrounded by steep forested mountains that rise sharply into gray sky. It is a place that feels protected by nature, isolated, cold, and distant from the centers of power. In peacetime, it was known for timber, small industry, and the stillness of the Austrian countryside. But by 1943, Europe was already deep inside total war, and isolation had become valuable. The Allied bombing campaign was intensifying. German cities burned. Industrial centers were being systematically targeted from the air. The Nazi war machine, which depended heavily on centralized factories, began to face a new kind of threat, not from advancing armies, but from bombers flying thousands of feet above the Reich. The solution was not to stop producing weapons. The solution was to hide them. Across Germany and Austria, planners began searching for locations where factories could be moved underground. Mountains provided protection that concrete could not. Rock absorbed shock. Tunnels could not easily be seen from the air. Entire production lines could be concealed inside the earth itself. Ebensee was chosen because it offered exactly what the regime needed: steep granite mountains, existing rail connections, and distance from major Allied targets. It was remote enough to be hidden, yet connected enough to supply the war effort. But the mountain would not dig itself. And so the decision was made. A new subcamp of Mauthausen would be constructed at Ebensee. This would not be a typical concentration camp built for imprisonment alone. Its purpose would be industrial. Its function would be strategic. Prisoners would be brought not simply to suffer, but to excavate massive tunnel systems into the surrounding rock, tunnels that would house armaments production safe from Allied bombing. The camp officially opened in November 1943. The first transports arrived soon after. Most of the prisoners were transferred from Mauthausen and other camps already operating under brutal conditions. They were political prisoners, resistance members, Jews, Soviet prisoners of war, and men labeled enemies of the Reich. They were thin already. Many had survived forced labor elsewhere. But nothing prepared them for what awaited beneath the mountain. Construction began immediately. There were no completed facilities waiting for them. The camp itself had to be built by the prisoners. Barracks were crude and overcrowded. Sanitation was nearly non-existent. Food was minimal from the beginning. Winter in the Alps is harsh even for the well-fed and clothed. For men in striped uniforms with wooden shoes and insufficient blankets, it was merciless. But the true purpose of Ebensee was not the barracks above ground. It was the tunnels below. The SS and German engineers had drawn plans for enormous underground complexes. These were not small storage caves. They were to become vast factory halls carved directly into the mountain. Spaces large enough to assemble rocket components, engines, and other advanced weapons systems. The project was part of a larger effort to protect crucial arms programs, including work connected to the V-2 rocket and other advanced military technologies. Production had to continue at all costs. Even if cities burned, even if railways were bombed, even if the Reich began to shrink, weapons output must not slow. And so the mountain became a battlefield. Each morning before dawn, prisoners were driven from their barracks and forced to march toward the excavation sites. They carried tools, picks, shovels, primitive drilling equipment. There was no modern mechanized tunneling at first. The majority of the work was done by hand. Men dug into solid rock hour after hour. Dust filled the air. Explosives were used, but safety was secondary to speed. Cave in the Kurt. Falling rock crushed bodies. Ventilation was poor. Oxygen levels dropped in deeper sections. The sound of hammering echoed endlessly inside the stone. Shifts were long and relentless. Prisoners worked in rotating groups, day and night. There was no true rest. After hours underground, they returned to overcrowded barracks, collapsing onto wooden bunks stacked 3 levels high. Lice spread quickly. Dysentery and respiratory illness followed. Food rations were inadequate for the labor demanded. Thin soup, a scrap of bread, occasionally something resembling margarine. It was not enough to replace the calories burned swinging a pickaxe against granite. Exhaustion set in quickly. At Ebensee, the purpose was not immediate execution. The purpose was output. The SS measured progress in meters of tunnel carved per day. Prisoners were measured in how long they could continue working. When a man collapsed and could not rise, he was beaten. If he could not continue, he was removed, transferred back to Mauthausen or left to die inside the camp infirmary, which provided little actual treatment. Replacement transports arrived steadily. The logic of the system was simple. As long as bodies were available, work would continue. Above ground, Ebensee appeared small compared to other camps. But beneath the surface, the tunnels expanded rapidly. Long corridors branched into cavernous chambers. Concrete reinforcements were installed in some sections. Electrical wiring followed. Rail tracks were laid inside the mountain to move materials. The transformation was staggering. In less than 2 years, prisoners carved kilometers of underground space from living rock. But this engineering achievement came at a price that would only later be fully understood. By early 1944, the death toll had already begun to rise. Cold, malnutrition, overwork, disease, beatings, executions for minor infractions. The mountain demanded bodies as payment, and still the digging continued. Ebensee was not built to be visible. It was built to disappear into stone. The war above ground raged on. Allied forces pushing through Italy, bombing campaigns intensifying, the Eastern Front collapsing slowly westward. But inside the tunnels, time felt suspended. Day and night blurred into the same darkness. The only constant was the sound of tools striking rock. The camp was still young, but already its purpose was clear. Ebensee was not simply a subcamp. It was an industrial experiment in concealed annihilation. And this was only the beginning. Chapter 1, Segment 2. Excavating the Reich beneath the earth. By early 1944, Ebensee was no longer just a construction site. It had become a race against time. Above the clouds, Allied bombers continued their relentless campaign against the industrial heart of the Reich. Cities like Berlin, Hamburg, and Vienna suffered repeated air raids. Factories were reduced to twisted steel. Rail yards were shattered. Oil refineries burned for days. Every successful bombing run forced German planners to rethink the geography of war production. The mountains, they believed, could not burn. Deep inside the granite slopes surrounding Ebensee, tunnel systems expanded with accelerating urgency. The project had a name within the Nazi bureaucracy, one of many coded designations meant to conceal its true function. The official language spoke of relocation, protection, special construction. But the reality was straightforward. Hide the weapons inside the earth and force prisoners to carve the space required. The work intensified. Shifts stretched longer. Explosives were used more aggressively. Engineers pushed for speed over safety. The tunnels were not smooth corridors. They were jagged wounds cut into the mountain. Dust thickened the air. Prisoners coughed blood. Eyes burned. Many suffered from severe lung damage long before the camp reached its peak population. Ventilation systems were primitive in the early months. In deeper chambers, air grew stale and suffocating. Lanterns flickered in oxygen-poor spaces. Sweat-soaked striped uniforms even in winter. When blasting charges were detonated, rock fragments scattered unpredictably. Protective equipment was minimal. Helmets were rare. Gloves almost non-existent. Accidents became routine. A miscalculated charge could trigger a partial collapse. Falling debris crushed men where they stood. Sometimes the wounded were carried out. Sometimes they were left until the shift ended. If a prisoner died during excavation, the body was removed quickly, not out of respect, but to prevent slowing production. The SS overseers viewed the project as a matter of strategic survival. The war was shifting. The Eastern Front had begun to fracture after catastrophic losses at Stalingrad and Kursk. The Red Army was advancing steadily westward. In the west, the Allies prepared for what would soon become the invasion of Normandy. Germany was fighting on multiple fronts. Weapons output was considered essential. Underground factories were to become the backbone of continued resistance. The Reich would retreat into stone if necessary. Inside Ebensee, prisoners felt none of the grand strategic calculations. What they felt was hunger. Food rations deteriorated as transport networks were disrupted by bombing. Bread grew smaller, soup thinner, protein nearly absent. Yet physical demands increased. Each man was expected to perform labor that required the calories of a healthy industrial worker. Instead, they survived on starvation diets. Weight loss was dramatic. Cheekbones sharpened. Ribs pressed visibly against striped cloth. Legs trembled during the climb back to barracks after shifts underground. Wooden shoes slipped on icy paths. Falls were common. Beatings followed. The camp population continued to grow. Transports arrived not only from Mauthausen but from other camps across the collapsing Nazi system. As Allied forces advanced, camps closer to front lines were evacuated. Prisoners were forced onto trains and moved deeper into the Reich. Ebensee, hidden within Austria's mountains, became one of the destinations. Barracks designed for hundreds now held thousands. Triple-tier bunks were packed tightly together. Straw mattresses, when available, were infested with lice. Many prisoners slept without blankets. Hygiene disintegrated rapidly. Latrines overflowed. Water supplies were inadequate. Disease spread through weakened bodies with devastating speed. Typhus began to appear. Dysentery followed. Respiratory infections, fueled by tunnel dust and malnutrition, became chronic. The infirmary, known cynically as the Revier, offered little more than a place to lie down and wait. Medicine was scarce. Doctors were prisoners themselves, often working with no supplies. Selection operated quietly at Ebensee. Unlike extermination camps designed specifically for immediate killing, Ebensee functioned through attrition. Those too weak to work were removed. Some were sent back to Mauthausen, where death rates were already severe. Others simply disappeared within the camp's own system. Records were kept meticulously. Despite the chaos and brutality, paperwork remained central. Names were replaced with numbers. Deaths were categorized. Causes were recorded in bureaucratic language. Heart failure, pneumonia, general weakness. The reality, starvation, exhaustion, abuse was hidden behind clinical phrasing. Meanwhile, the tunnels approached operational readiness. Concrete linings reinforced walls in key sections. Electrical wiring was installed. Narrow-gauge rail tracks allowed materials to be transported inside the mountain. Plans called for production lines assembling rocket components and aircraft parts, equipment meant to prolong a war already turning against Germany. The irony was stark. As the Reich weakened militarily, its reliance on forced labor intensified. Human bodies were expended more rapidly in an attempt to sustain the illusion of control. Inside the tunnels, time felt detached from the outside world. Prisoners heard rumors of battles, of Allied landings, of advancing Soviet armies. But the mountain muffled news. What mattered each day was surviving the shift. Snow fell heavily in winter 1944. Cold penetrated barracks with little insulation. Frost formed on interior walls. Many prisoners suffered frostbite. Others developed chronic fevers. Yet excavation did not stop. The mountain did not pause for weather. Guards grew harsher as the war situation deteriorated. Anxiety within the SS ranks translated into brutality below. Punishments increased. Minor infractions resulted in beatings or confinement. Escape attempts were rare, the surrounding terrain was unforgiving, and recapture meant execution. Despite everything, fragments of solidarity survived. Prisoners shared breadcrumbs. They warned one another about dangerous overseers. Skilled workers attempted to protect weaker men by shifting workloads when possible. Small acts of resistance appeared in subtle ways. Tools dulled intentionally, measurements delayed, production slowed without detection. But these acts carried enormous risk. By late 1944, Ebensee had evolved fully into what it was designed to be: an underground labor complex feeding the Nazi war economy. Its tunnels stretched deep and wide. Its prisoner population swelled beyond manageable limits. Its death rate climbed steadily. And yet the regime continued to believe that concealment would ensure survival. They trusted the mountain to protect their machinery. They believed stone could shield them from consequence. They did not yet understand that the collapse was already approaching, not just of the war, but of the entire system they had carved into rock. And when that collapse came, Ebensee would enter its most lethal phase. Chapter 1, Segment 3. A camp built for secrecy, a system built for death. By the winter of 1944, Ebensee no longer resembled a temporary construction site. It had become a permanent extension of the Nazi camp system, a place where secrecy, exhaustion, and industrial ambition fused into one suffocating reality. The mountain had been opened. Tunnel mouths yawned like dark wounds in the granite hillside. Rail tracks ran into the earth. Concrete supports reinforced cavernous chambers where machinery would soon operate beyond the reach of Allied bombs. On paper, it was a technical achievement, a relocation of industry into geological protection. But beneath every cubic meter of excavated rock lay a human cost that no engineering report recorded. The prisoner population surged dramatically as 1944 turned into 1945. Transports arrived from camps evacuated in the face of advancing Soviet forces. Others came from satellite camps whose factories had been destroyed by bombing. Men arrived skeletal, frostbitten, already weakened by months or years of forced labor elsewhere. Ebensee absorbed them without preparation. Barracks overflowed. New arrivals found no space, no blankets, no adequate clothing. Many were forced to sleep on bare ground between bunks. Others slept outside until crude wooden structures could be erected. The camp's infrastructure had not been designed for such numbers. It was collapsing under its own expansion. Hunger became constant. Food distribution grew chaotic as supply lines fractured across a crumbling Reich. Bread rations shrank again. Soup was little more than colored water with occasional fragments of turnip or cabbage. Meat was nearly non-existent. The calories provided were far below what the labor demanded. Men fainted in the tunnels. Some collapsed mid-shift, their tools slipping from weakened hands. Guards responded not with concern but with violence. Beatings served as a warning to others. Productivity must not slow. Those too weak to continue were categorized as unfit. In a system where labor defined worth, weakness became a sentence. Disease accelerated through overcrowded barracks. Typhus spread rapidly, carried by lice thriving in filthy bedding. Dysentery left prisoners dehydrated and delirious. Skin infections festered. The infirmary could not cope. It lacked medicine, staff, and even basic sanitation. For many, entry into the Revier meant death within days. The cremation capacity at Ebensee was limited. As mortality increased, bodies accumulated. At times, corpses lay stacked near barracks awaiting disposal. The sight became normalized. Prisoners stepped around the dead as part of daily routine. Guards treated bodies as logistical obstacles rather than human remains. And still, excavation and preparation continued. The underground chambers were nearing operational readiness. Machinery was transported inside piece by piece. Electrical systems were connected. Plans called for the assembly of advanced weaponry, components intended to defend the Reich in its final phase. The irony deepened. While Allied armies pressed closer to Germany's borders, while cities burned and rail networks shattered, thousands of starving men were being forced to construct a hidden industrial sanctuary that would likely never fulfill its strategic promise. Inside the tunnels, air grew heavier with dust and exhaust fumes. Lighting flickered intermittently. Explosions echoed off stone walls in deafening bursts. The noise disoriented workers. Some lost hearing permanently. Others suffered crushed limbs in cave-ins triggered by rushed blasting schedules. Supervisors demanded speed. Deadlines mattered more than safety. The mountain was to become operational before the war reached Austria. The pressure intensified with every Allied advance reported on the radio. Rumors filtered into the camp through whispers. Prisoners spoke cautiously about Soviet troops crossing into Eastern Europe, about American forces pushing through France, about Germany's shrinking territory. Hope flickered, but so did fear. Evacuations in other camps had led to death marches. If the front approached Ebensee, what would the SS do? The guards themselves showed signs of anxiety. Their discipline hardened. Punishments became more arbitrary. Small infractions, a misstep in formation, a dropped tool, resulted in severe beatings. The atmosphere thickened with tension. Even the overseers sensed that something irreversible was unfolding. By early 1945, Ebensee had reached a breaking point. The camp population was at its highest. Supplies were at their lowest. Disease raged unchecked. Mortality soared. In some weeks, deaths numbered in the hundreds. Official records struggled to keep pace. Administrative order began to fray under pressure. Yet the machinery of control persisted. Roll calls continued, sometimes lasting hours in freezing temperatures. Prisoners stood motionless while guards recounted bodies repeatedly. If numbers did not match, the entire formation waited. Men fainted and were kicked back into place. Inside the mountain, work carried on. The Reich demanded output until its final breath. Even as the strategic situation deteriorated beyond repair, orders flowed downward. Continue production, continue excavation, continue discipline. For prisoners, time blurred into survival cycles: wake, march, labor, return, collapse. Days merged without distinction. The only markers were deaths, arrivals, and rumors. And beneath it all lay the central truth of Ebensee's design. This was not a camp built for spectacle. It was not meant to inspire fear through public executions or grand displays. It was meant to function quietly, efficiently, invisibly, a hidden artery of forced labor feeding a dying war effort. It was secrecy weaponized. The mountain concealed not only machinery, but evidence. If the Reich survived, Ebensee would be remembered as an engineering success. If it fell, perhaps the tunnels would be sealed and forgotten. But history does not remain buried easily. As spring approached in 1945, Allied forces closed in from multiple directions. Austria would soon become a battlefield. Transportation networks faltered completely. Communications broke down. Orders from Berlin grew sporadic. Inside Ebensee, conditions worsened to their most lethal state. Starvation reached extremes. Typhus epidemics raged. Corpses lay uncollected for days. Guards debated evacuation plans. Some prepared for flight. Others insisted on maintaining control until the last possible moment. The underground factory stood ready, but the Reich that commissioned it was collapsing. And within this collapsing system, tens of thousands of prisoners waited in uncertainty, suspended between exhaustion and the faint possibility of liberation. Ebensee had been built to hide weapons from the sky. It had been built to shield production from bombs. But it could not shield itself from the inevitable end that was now approaching. Step by step, mile by mile, army by army, the mountain had become a fortress of forced labor. Soon it would become a witness. Chapter 2, Segment 1. The Expansion of the Underground Reich. By late 1944, Ebensee was no longer simply a satellite camp. It had become one of the most urgent engineering projects in the collapsing Nazi Empire. The Allied bombing campaign had devastated German industrial centers. Factories lay in ruins across the Reich. Production quotas plummeted. Military planners understood a brutal truth. If Germany could not protect its weapons industry above ground, it would have to move it below. Mountains became fortresses. Across occupied Europe, the SS and German engineers began carving vast chambers into rock faces. Ebensee was selected as one of the most critical of these projects. Its location in the Austrian Alps provided both natural concealment and thick geological protection. The tunnels being blasted into the granite were not temporary shelters. They were intended to become permanent, bomb-proof industrial complexes capable of housing entire production lines. On paper, it was a masterstroke of strategic adaptation. In reality, it required the sacrifice of thousands of human lives. The expansion of Ebensee accelerated at a pace that defied reason. Work shifts lengthened. Blasting operations intensified. New tunnel systems branched outward like veins, labeled with coded names that disguised their purpose. Rail lines were extended deeper into the mountainside. Concrete reinforcements were installed to prevent collapse. Electrical wiring snaked across cavern walls, preparing for the installation of heavy machinery. All of it was done by prisoners. The majority were political detainees, resistance fighters, Jews transferred from other camps, and Soviet prisoners of war. Many had already endured years of forced labor before arriving at Ebensee. Their bodies were already weakened. Yet they were expected to perform one of the most physically punishing construction tasks imaginable. Granite does not yield easily. Explosives were packed into drilled holes along rock faces. Detonations echoed through the tunnels in deafening waves. Dust clouds filled the air so thickly that visibility vanished. Ventilation systems were primitive and often failed. Prisoners inhaled stone particles hour after hour, their lungs filling with fine grit that would scar tissue permanently. Accidents were constant. Rockfalls crushed limbs and spines. Misfired explosives detonated unexpectedly. Improvised scaffolding collapsed under weight. Injured prisoners were rarely removed for treatment. Those who could not stand were beaten aside. Replacement labor was always available. Transports continued to arrive. The SS administration at Mauthausen oversaw the project with bureaucratic precision. Production deadlines were documented. Excavation progress was measured in meters. Efficiency reports were filed. Losses, the dead and incapacitated, were recorded as operational statistics rather than tragedies. Human beings became units of labor. By early 1945, the population of Ebensee swelled dramatically as evacuation transports poured in from camps closer to the front lines. Dachau, Buchenwald, Grossrosen. Prisoners were moved westward in chaotic attempts to prevent their liberation by Allied forces. Many arrived at Ebensee already starving, already infected with disease, already traumatized by forced marches. The camp was not equipped to absorb them. Barracks overflowed beyond capacity. Men slept 3 or 4 to a bunk or directly on damp ground. Blankets were insufficient. Clothing was threadbare. Snow seeped through cracks in wooden walls. Nights were spent shivering in silence, interrupted only by coughing and the distant rumble of explosions from within the mountain. Food distribution deteriorated rapidly. Supply lines faltered as Allied forces advanced deeper into Germany and Austria. Rations were cut repeatedly. The daily portion of bread shrank to thin slices. Soup became little more than hot water tinted with vegetable scraps. Caloric intake fell far below what heavy labor required. Starvation set in visibly. Faces hollowed. Ribs pressed against skin. Legs swelled with edema from protein deficiency. Men staggered during roll call. Some collapsed and were dragged back into formation. Others were struck where they fell. There was no space for weakness in a camp designed to extract every remaining ounce of labor. Inside the tunnels, the environment grew harsher. Ventilation remained inadequate. Carbon monoxide from blasting operations lingered in enclosed chambers. The air tasted metallic and heavy. Headlamps flickered in dim corridors. The constant roar of drilling and explosions disoriented workers, creating a psychological fog that blurred day from night. Time lost meaning. Prisoners worked in rotating shifts that ignored natural rhythms. Exhaustion became permanent. Sleep was shallow and brief. Many woke unable to feel their hands, fingers stiff from cold and overuse. Cuts and blisters turned septic without medical care. The infirmary could not cope. Typhus began spreading rapidly through overcrowded quarters. Lice thrived in filthy bedding. Dysentery swept through barracks with relentless speed. The Revier lacked medicine, sanitation, and personnel. Those admitted often died within days, their bodies removed quietly to keep barrack space available for the next arrivals. Meanwhile, inside the mountain, machinery began to arrive. Crates marked with coded military designations were transported into newly carved chambers. Components for advanced weapons, including parts linked to Germany's experimental rocket programs, were installed. Engineers supervised alignment and testing while prisoners continued excavating adjacent sections. The contradiction was stark. A dying regime was pouring its remaining resources into subterranean factories while its labor force collapsed from hunger and disease. Production schedules were maintained as though victory remained possible. Orders flowed downward from Berlin with mechanical insistence. Accelerate output, expand capacity, prepare for sustained manufacturing. For prisoners, the objective was simpler: survive one more shift. The camp's internal hierarchy hardened during this period. Capos, prisoner functionaries assigned supervisory roles, often enforced discipline with brutality equal to that of SS guards. Competition for limited privileges created divisions among detainees. Some used positions to secure extra food. Others attempted to shield weaker prisoners quietly. Small acts of resistance emerged in hidden forms. Tools were dulled deliberately. Measurements were miscalculated by fractions. Machinery parts were assembled slightly off alignment. These subtle sabotages carried enormous risk. Discovery meant execution, yet they occurred nonetheless, driven by the faint hope of slowing the war machine being built into the mountain. Outside the tunnels, the world was changing rapidly. Allied forces advanced through Western Europe. The Soviet Red Army approached from the east. Radio broadcasts reached even the guards, who began showing signs of unease. Rumors circulated that the Reich was fracturing internally. But inside Ebensee, the routine persisted. Roll calls at dawn, marches uphill, explosions underground, return to barracks, count the living, count the dead. The camp's expansion had transformed it into one of the largest and most lethal nodes in the Mauthausen complex. Mortality rates surged as conditions worsened. Hundreds died each week from starvation, disease, and exhaustion. Cremation facilities struggled to keep pace. At times, corpses accumulated faster than they could be disposed of. And yet, the tunnels extended deeper. Each blast carved new chambers. Each chamber prepared space for machinery that symbolized a war already slipping beyond recovery. The mountain absorbed labor, absorbed suffering, absorbed lives, layer upon layer of human cost hidden behind stone. Ebensee had become a paradox. It was both a last gamble and a slow-motion graveyard. The underground Reich was expanding, but the human foundation beneath it was collapsing. And as winter turned towards spring in 1945, the question no one could speak aloud hung in the air. How long could this system continue before it consumed itself entirely? Chapter 2, Segment 2. Inside the tunnels. Engineering a hidden Reich. When the first drilling began beneath the mountains near Ebensee, the project was presented not as desperation, but as strategy. Allied bombing had crippled German industry in open cities. Factories lay in ruins. Production lines were shattered. The solution, planners believed, was to move industry underground, into the very bones of the earth. And so the mountains became factories, and the prisoners became the machinery that built them. The tunnels of Ebensee were not small shelters carved for temporary protection. They were vast industrial corridors designed to house entire assembly lines. Engineers drafted plans with careful precision. Chambers large enough for aircraft fuselages, rail systems embedded in stone floors, ventilation shafts bored through granite, reinforced ceilings to withstand vibration and pressure. On paper, it looked like innovation. In reality, it was annihilation through labor. Every day began in darkness. Before dawn, prisoners were forced from bunks slick with condensation and filth. Roll call lasted for hours in freezing air, guards counting and recounting skeletal figures while wind cut through thin uniforms. Those who swayed risked a beating. Those who collapsed risked execution. Only when the numbers matched were columns marched toward the mountainside. The path to the tunnels wound upward through mud and loose stone. Guards walked alongside with rifles and dogs. Snow in winter made the climb treacherous. In spring, rain turned the ground into sludge that swallowed wooden clogs. But once inside the tunnel entrances, weather was replaced by another enemy. air that barely moved. The work inside was relentless. Prisoners operated drills that screamed against granite, the vibration numbing arms until fingers could no longer feel tools. Others loaded carts with shattered rock, pushing them along narrow-gauge tracks deeper into the mountain. Explosives were placed by hand, fuses cut quickly under supervision. When blasts detonated, shock waves rippled through confined chambers, shaking dust loose from ceilings and choking every breath. Protective equipment was non-existent. Fine stone particles coated lungs with every inhale. Within weeks, persistent coughing became common. Within months, it turned to blood. There was no pause for illness. If a prisoner slowed, a guard or overseer struck him forward. If he fell, another man was forced to drag him aside and take his place. The tunnels expanded meter by meter. Sections were labeled with code names to disguise their purpose. Production goals shifted as the war progressed. Some chambers were intended for V-2 rocket components, others for aircraft engines. The underground network grew into a labyrinth, each corridor echoing with the metallic clang of tools and the low rumble of distant blasts. Light came from sparse electric bulbs strung along damp walls. When power flickered, shadows swallowed entire crews. Accidents multiplied. Loose stone crushed limbs. Collapsed supports buried men alive. Rescue efforts were minimal. Time lost meant quotas unmet, and quotas were sacred. Food rations did not increase with labor demands. After hours of drilling and hauling, prisoners returned to camp with barely enough strength to climb back to barracks. A thin soup, sometimes flecked with cabbage leaves or barley husks, awaited them. Bread rations shrank as transport networks faltered. Hunger became constant, gnawing not just at stomachs but at clarity of thought. Inside the tunnels, time lost meaning. There was no sky, no horizon, no shifting clouds to mark hours. Only the rhythm of blasts and whistles signaled change. Some prisoners estimated days by the condition of their hands. Skin splitting, nails cracking, wounds refusing to heal. SS engineers inspected progress frequently. They wore clean uniforms and carried clipboards. Their boots did not slip in mud. They walked on prepared paths. They spoke in technical language about cubic meters and structural reinforcement, rarely acknowledging the human cost unfolding around them. Productivity reports traveled upward through bureaucratic channels, detached from the reality of men collapsing beside drilling machines. As 1944 turned into 1945, pressure intensified. Allied forces closed in from multiple directions. Factories above ground were destroyed at increasing rates. Underground production became even more vital in the eyes of Nazi leadership. Orders were clear. The tunnels must be completed at any cost. The cost was visible everywhere. Prisoners' uniforms hung like rags on skeletal frames. Faces hollowed. Eyes receded into shadows. Muscles wasted until tools seemed too heavy to lift. Yet fear propelled movement. Punishments for perceived sabotage were immediate and brutal. Hanging posts stood near tunnel entrances as warnings. Despite the brutality, small acts of resistance persisted. Tools were dulled deliberately when possible. Measurements were misaligned by millimeters. Explosive charges were placed with subtle inefficiencies. These acts rarely halted progress entirely, but they slowed it. And in a system obsessed with speed, even delay was defiance. The tunnels themselves became a symbol of contradiction. Above ground, the Reich crumbled. Cities burned. Armies retreated. But below ground, construction continued as though victory were imminent. It was a world inverted, a regime digging deeper into stone as the surface collapsed. Prisoners sensed change before official announcements. Guards grew tense. Conversations hushed abruptly when prisoners approached. Documents were packed into crates. Some SS personnel began transferring families away from the region. Rumors spread that American forces were nearing Austria. Still, the drills continued. Still, carts rolled along tracks. Still, blasts shook the mountain. In the final weeks before liberation, exhaustion reached catastrophic levels. Men died in tunnels and were removed at shift's end. Others lay down between rails and did not rise again. Work teams stepped around bodies, conditioned to focus only on tasks assigned. By April 1945, the underground chambers were vast but incomplete. Machinery had been installed in sections, yet full production never achieved its projected scale. The war would end before the mountain could fulfill the ambitions carved into its stone. But for the prisoners, that fact offered little immediate relief. They did not know the exact date of collapse. They knew only the next shift, the next roll call, the next breath of dust-filled air. Inside Ebensee's tunnels, the Nazi vision of hidden industry was forged through deliberate attrition. Every drilled meter represented hours of suffering. Every reinforced ceiling concealed stories of crushed hands and broken backs. And yet, even within that suffocating darkness, hope flickered. Whispers of advancing Allied troops moved along tunnel walls like echoes. Some prisoners began counting explosions from distant fronts, trying to measure proximity. The mountain, once a prison of stone, slowly became a chamber of anticipation. The Reich had burrowed into granite to protect its war machine. But stone could not shield it forever. Above ground, armies advanced. Below ground, men endured. And with each passing day, the hidden Reich grew closer to exposure. Its tunnels silent witnesses to a system that mistook endurance for victory and cruelty for strength. Chapter 2, Segment 3. Collapse beneath the mountain. By early 1945, the tunnels of Ebensee were no longer simply construction sites, they were pressure chambers. The war outside was collapsing with astonishing speed. Cities had fallen. Supply lines were severed. Rumors of Allied advances filtered through guards' conversations and fragments of overheard radio broadcasts. Yet inside the mountain, the work continued with a kind of desperate intensity, as though digging faster might reverse the course of history. Orders from above became increasingly frantic. Production deadlines were shortened. Tunnel sections that had once been scheduled for gradual expansion were rushed toward completion. SS engineers demanded progress reports daily, sometimes hourly. Paperwork multiplied even as infrastructure deteriorated. It was the final illusion of control. Forms filled out in ink while the Reich itself was dissolving. Prisoners felt the shift immediately. Work hours stretched longer. Rest periods shrank. Night shifts expanded so that drilling never truly stopped. The tunnels echoed constantly. Explosions detonating in one corridor while carts of debris rattled through another. Dust hung permanently in the air, thick enough to blur the outlines of men standing only a few meters apart. Food rations, already minimal, became dangerously scarce. Transportation networks across Austria were in chaos. Railways were bombed. Deliveries arrived late or not at all. Soup thinned into colored water. Bread rations shrank to slivers. Men who had once been skeletal now became nearly weightless, their cheeks hollow, their shoulders sharp beneath striped uniforms. Inside the mountain, accidents increased. Supports hastily installed began to buckle under pressure. Explosions set too close together caused partial collapses. In one section, a blast misfired, trapping a work crew beneath stone and timber. Rescue was delayed. Time spent digging them out meant work elsewhere would slow. Some were never recovered at all, sealed behind walls of rock as the project moved forward. Disease followed hunger. Typhus began to spread through the camp above ground. Lice multiplied in overcrowded barracks. Feverish prisoners were still marched to the tunnels until they physically could not stand. Those deemed unfit for labor were often removed, not to recover, but to be discarded. The system required constant output, and bodies too weak to contribute were considered surplus. Guards grew increasingly volatile. Some sensed defeat approaching and lashed out in frustration. Beatings became more arbitrary, punishments more public. Hanging posts near the tunnel entrance saw renewed use, meant as warnings against slowing pace or imagined sabotage. The cruelty was not only disciplinary, it was psychological. If the Reich was dying, the guards would enforce its will until the final moment. Yet cracks were visible even within the SS ranks. Transfers increased. Some personnel disappeared overnight, reassigned or fleeing. Orders contradicted one another. A command to accelerate tunnel completion would be followed by another demanding evacuation plans. The structure of authority, once rigid, began to fracture. Prisoners watched carefully. Information passed quietly from bunk to bunk. Men who worked near administrative offices reported hurried document destruction. Files burned in barrels behind headquarters buildings. Equipment was dismantled in some tunnel sections, even as drilling continued in others. It was as though two conflicting futures were unfolding at once, one of frantic production, the other of retreat. The underground world became surreal. Men labored in chambers designed for aircraft assembly lines that might never operate. Electrical wiring hung unfinished from ceilings. Rail tracks ended abruptly at rock faces that would never be blasted open. The tunnels were monuments to ambition built on borrowed time. Then came the transports. As other camps in the region were evacuated, columns of prisoners arrived at Ebensee in catastrophic condition. They came from Mauthausen, from subcamps scattered across Austria, from sites already collapsing under Allied advance. Many arrived half-dead, emaciated, feverish, barely able to stand. The camp's population swelled beyond capacity. Barracks built for hundreds held thousands. Floor space disappeared. Men slept sitting upright, pressed shoulder to shoulder. Latrines overflowed. Clean water became nearly impossible to find. Typhus spread unchecked. Death counts rose sharply, sometimes in the dozens per day. And still, work inside the tunnels did not cease. The mountain demanded labor even as the camp above it disintegrated. Crews were reshuffled constantly as men died or were transferred. New arrivals were forced underground almost immediately, though many lacked the strength to lift tools. Some prisoners began to calculate distances. They listened for distant artillery, trying to determine direction and proximity. They counted days between guard rotations, sensing disruption in routines. The front lines were approaching, and the sound of war crept closer with each passing week. In late April 1945, the collapse accelerated. Orders were issued to destroy evidence. Certain tunnel sections were wired with explosives. Plans were drafted to seal entrances and possibly eliminate prisoners before Allied troops could arrive. Confusion reigned. Not all guards agreed. Some argued over feasibility. Others simply vanished. Fear spread through the prisoner population. Rumors circulated that the tunnels would be blown with men still inside. Some believed they would be forced onto death marches deeper into the Alps. Others clung to hope that liberation would come before such orders could be executed. For the first time, hesitation appeared among the SS. Discipline faltered. Command structures wavered. A few guards abandoned posts entirely. Others remained but seemed unsure which directives to follow. Authority, once absolute, now felt brittle. The final days were defined by tension. Prisoners worked while listening for artillery that sounded ever closer. Guards patrolled nervously. Smoke from burned documents drifted above camp roofs. Supply deliveries ceased entirely. Hunger reached levels beyond endurance. Inside the tunnels, drills slowed, not because orders changed, but because bodies failed. Men dropped tools and could not lift them again. Some lay down against tunnel walls and simply closed their eyes. There was no strength left for fear. Then, on the horizon, the inevitable arrived. The Reich that had burrowed into granite to shield itself could not stop the advance of Allied forces. By early May, the SS command structure at Ebensee effectively collapsed. Guards fled or surrendered. Plans to destroy tunnels were abandoned in chaos. When American troops finally reached Ebensee on May 6, 1945, they found a camp in a state of collapse. Tens of thousands of prisoners starving, thousands dead, disease rampant. The tunnels remained vast and incomplete, their chambers echoing with silence rather than machinery. The mountain had been forced to hold secrets, but it could not bury them forever. What the Nazis had intended as a hidden fortress of production became evidence instead, proof of a system that sought to preserve war through underground industry while consuming human lives at unprecedented scale. The tunnels of Ebensee stand as reminders not only of forced labor, but of desperation, of a regime that dug deeper into stone as defeat closed in, of prisoners who endured the darkness long enough to see light return, and of the moment when even granite could no longer conceal the collapse of terror. Chapter 3, Segment 1. Life above ground, hunger, order, and the illusion of routine. Long before the tunnels swallowed the daylight, life in Ebensee was already structured around exhaustion. The camp itself, perched near the lakes and mountains of Upper Austria, appeared almost serene from a distance. The surrounding landscape, forests, water, and alpine peaks, stood in cruel contrast to the reality within the barbed wire. Beauty existed only beyond reach. Inside the fences, life was engineered around control. Each day began in darkness. Sirens or shouted commands tore prisoners from shallow sleep. Men rose from wooden bunks stacked 3 tiers high, often shared by more than one body. Straw sacks were thin, damp, and crawling with lice. Blankets, when available, were insufficient against the cold air that seeped through poorly insulated barracks walls. Roll call followed immediately. Prisoners assembled in formation in the open yard regardless of weather. Snow, rain, or wind made no difference. They stood shoulder to shoulder while SS guards counted and recounted, ensuring that no one had escaped. No one had died unnoticed overnight. If numbers did not match the records, the entire formation remained standing until the discrepancy was resolved. Sometimes this meant hours. Men collapsed where they stood. Those who fainted were dragged aside or beaten upright. The purpose of roll call was not only administrative accuracy. It was ritual, a daily reminder that existence itself was subject to permission. After roll call came the march. Work details were assigned quickly. Some groups moved toward the tunnels. Others were sent to construction sites, storage depots, or maintenance areas. Guards with rifles and dogs lined the routes. The rhythm of boots on gravel became a kind of grim music, predictable, repetitive, unyielding. Food was distributed sparingly. Morning rations often consisted of a small portion of black coffee substitute, bitter and thin. Bread was rationed carefully, sometimes no more than a few ounces. Lunch, delivered in containers to work sites, was usually watery soup containing scraps of turnip, cabbage, or potato peelings. Meat was rare. Calories were insufficient for the labor demanded. Hunger became constant. It sharpened thoughts and dulled them at the same time. Prisoners calculated every crumb. Bread was broken carefully, saved for later when strength faltered. Some traded possessions, a spoon, a scrap of cloth, even shoes, for additional food. Theft occurred, though it carried severe punishment if discovered. Within the barracks, hierarchy formed among prisoners themselves. Capos, prisoners assigned supervisory roles, enforced discipline on behalf of the SS. Some abused this authority brutally. Others attempted small acts of protection, shielding weaker men when possible. The camp operated on layers of power, and survival often depended on navigating them carefully. Identification marked every body. Colored triangles sewn onto uniforms designated prisoner categories: political, Jewish, Roma, criminal, or other classifications determined by Nazi policy. These markers influenced work assignments, rations, and treatment. The system divided prisoners deliberately, discouraging solidarity and fostering suspicion. Disease spread easily. Overcrowding and poor sanitation created ideal conditions for infection. Latrines were inadequate. Clean water was limited. Minor injuries became life-threatening without medical care. The infirmary existed, but entry did not guarantee recovery. Some who entered never returned. Punishment was swift and visible. Public beatings reinforced authority. Infractions such as slowing work pace, speaking out of turn, or appearing defiant could result in severe consequences. Hanging posts and whipping frames stood near central areas of the camp, permanent fixtures meant to be seen. Yet, despite everything, fragments of humanity endured. In whispers after lights out, prisoners shared stories of home. They spoke of families, cities, music, and ordinary life. Memory became resistance. A fragment of poetry recited softly in the dark could momentarily push back the weight of the present. Some organized quietly. Men with skills, doctors, engineers, teachers, found ways to help others discreetly. A doctor might redistribute medicine. A clerk might adjust paperwork to spare someone from the harshest work detail. These acts were small, but within the machinery of the camp, small changes could mean survival. Above ground, routine masked brutality. The daily schedule gave the appearance of order: wake, count, march, labor, count again, sleep. But beneath this structure was a deliberate system of degradation. The camp did not need constant chaos to function. It relied on repetition. Repetition wore men down. Over weeks and months, bodies weakened. Shoulders stooped permanently. Faces hollowed. Steps slowed. The camp's design ensured that exhaustion accumulated faster than recovery was possible. Even without overt violence, the system extracted strength relentlessly. Winter intensified suffering. Cold air penetrated thin uniforms. Frostbite threatened fingers and toes. Work did not pause for weather. Snow turned the roll call yard into frozen mud. Breath crystallized in the air as men stood waiting for numbers to match. Spring brought no relief. Mud replaced snow. Rain soaked barracks roofs that leaked steadily. Shoes rotted. Feet blistered. The rhythm of labor remained unchanged. Guards maintained distance. Some observed with indifference, others with cruelty. Rarely did any show hesitation. Authority in Ebensee was maintained through predictability. Orders were issued calmly, punishments delivered methodically. The banality of the routine made it more insidious. New arrivals disrupted equilibrium. Transports from other camps brought men already weakened by previous imprisonment. They had to adapt immediately to Ebensee's pace. Many could not. Within days, some were reassigned, hospitalized, or dead. Record-keeping persisted. Even as war conditions deteriorated outside the camp, administrative precision continued. Names, numbers, work assignments, death dates, all were recorded meticulously. The camp's bureaucracy functioned as faithfully as its guards. This duality defined life above ground. On one level, it was a place of schedules and organization. On another, it was a site of calculated attrition. The SS did not need constant spectacle to enforce dominance. The steady grind of labor, hunger, and discipline achieved the same end. As Chapter 3 begins, we see that before the tunnels became symbols of collapse, the surface camp had already perfected a quieter form of control. The landscape beyond the fences remained unchanged. Lakes still reflected mountains, forests still swayed in wind. But inside the camp, time was measured not in seasons, but in diminishing strength. Every morning began the same way, and every evening ended with fewer men able to stand. This was life above ground in Ebensee. Structured, regulated, and relentlessly draining. A system that did not need chaos to destroy. Only routine. Chapter 3, Segment 2. Inside the tunnels, darkness as policy. If life above ground was governed by routine, life below ground was governed by absence. Absence of light, of air, of sound that resembled anything human. The tunnels of Ebensee were not simply work sites. They were environments engineered to strip away orientation, strength, and identity. Each descent began with a march. Work columns approached the tunnel entrances under guard, boots crunching over gravel and mud. The openings themselves were cut into the mountainside, black wounds in stone. From a distance, they looked like industrial projects. Up close, they felt like mouths. Men entered in groups. The air changed immediately. Outside, even in cold weather, there had been space. Inside, the atmosphere thickened with dust and moisture. Lanterns and sparse electric lights flickered against rough walls. Shadows stretched and moved unpredictably. The tunnels were under construction for much of the camp's operation. Prisoners blasted rock with explosives, cleared debris by hand, reinforced ceilings with timber and steel supports. Others laid tracks, installed wiring, or prepared chambers for machinery. The goal was to create underground factories safe from Allied bombing, a subterranean extension of the Reich's war industry. But for those inside, the purpose was secondary. The immediate reality was physical strain. Granite fragments filled the air. Dust settled in lungs and eyes. Men coughed constantly. Protective equipment was minimal or non-existent. Ears rang from controlled detonations. Communication was difficult. Commands echoed and distorted in confined corridors. Time blurred. Without natural light, hours became abstract. Shifts extended beyond endurance. The concept of morning or evening faded. There was only the beginning of work and the end of work, marked by guards and whistles rather than by sun or sky. Water seeped through rock walls. Cold moisture pooled on the ground. Boots slipped. Clothing remained damp. In winter, the chill penetrated bone. In summer, humidity suffocated. Ventilation was inadequate, especially in deeper sections. Accidents were frequent. Rockfalls occurred during excavation. Explosive charges sometimes misfired. Equipment malfunctioned. When ceilings collapsed, those trapped beneath debris were not always rescued quickly. Productivity dictated response. The living were more valuable than the buried. Medical care underground was limited. Injured prisoners were carried to the surface if they could be moved. Some never reached daylight again. Minor wounds, crushed fingers, torn skin, often went untreated, leading to infection. Supervision remained constant. SS guards and capos patrolled sections of the tunnels, ensuring quotas were met. Work output was measured. Delays were punished. The underground environment amplified sound. Shouted orders ricocheted along corridors. Boots striking rock created a metallic rhythm. The tunnels grew. As months passed, corridors extended deeper into the mountain. Chambers widened. Tracks multiplied. Plans for aircraft engine production and weapons assembly drove expansion. The underground complex became a labyrinth. Prisoners navigated it daily. Orientation depended on memory. Landmarks were limited. A bend in the corridor, a a support beam marked with chalk, a junction where rails split. Losing one's sense of direction could mean wandering into unauthorized sections and facing punishment. Fatigue intensified underground. The climb back to the surface at the end of shifts felt longer than the descent. Bodies coated in dust emerged, blinking into daylight. Some staggered. Others were carried. The line reformed for return march, preserving the appearance of order. Yet even in darkness, small acts of solidarity appeared. Men shared advice on safer drilling techniques. They warned each other of unstable rock. They exchanged brief words of encouragement when guards were out of earshot. In an environment designed to isolate, communication became resistance. The tunnels also concealed fear among guards. As Allied bombing intensified across Germany and Austria, underground facilities represented security for the regime. But for those supervising the work, the confined space carried its own tension. Any collapse, sabotage, or disruption could have severe consequences. Sabotage was whispered about. Some prisoners deliberately slowed production or subtly damaged equipment. These acts were risky. Discovery meant severe punishment or death. Yet even minor disruptions could delay output and assert a fragment of agency. Noise defined the tunnels. Hammering, drilling, blasting, coughing, boots, shouted commands, a constant cacophony. Silence, when it occurred, felt unnatural. It usually signaled preparation for detonation or the aftermath of an accident. Lighting flickered unpredictably. Power shortages caused brief darkness. In those moments, the entire corridor seemed to disappear. Men froze, breathing in thick air, waiting for illumination to return. Darkness heightened disorientation. The deeper sections grew colder.
Air circulation de Christ.
Breath condensed in the beam of lamps. Hands numbed. The physical environment compounded hunger and exhaustion from above-ground routines. When production lines began to be installed, new rhythms emerged. Machines were assembled underground. Electrical cables snaked along walls. The tunnels transitioned from excavation sites to functional factories. Prisoners operated lathes and assembly stations under supervision, still surrounded by rock. The irony was clear. The regime sought safety from bombs, but the cost was borne entirely by those forced to build that safety. The underground complex symbolized industrial ingenuity on one level and calculated cruelty on another. Every descent carried uncertainty. Would the ceiling hold? Would one's strength last through the shift? Would illness finally overcome resistance? Survival in the tunnels required not only physical endurance but mental adaptation to monotony and confinement. The return to barracks did not bring relief. Dust embedded in skin caused irritation. Coughs persisted into night. Sleep was shallow. Dreams often mirrored the tunnels. Endless corridors, collapsing walls, unreachable exits. As Chapter 3 continues, the focus shifts fully into the subterranean world. Ebensee's tunnels were not just architectural projects. They were instruments of attrition, amplifying the suffering already structured above ground. Here, in darkness carved from mountain stone, labor was intensified. Light diminished, air thinned, sound distorted, and each day the system drove men deeper, into rock, into exhaustion, into silence. The tunnels did not need spectacle. They needed only continuation, and continuation was guaranteed by routine. Chapter 3, Segment 3. Exhaustion as Strategy: How the Underground Broke the Body. By the time the tunnels at Ebensee began operating at full capacity, the system had achieved something the planners in Berlin understood very well. The mountain itself had become an accomplice. Stone did not need ideology. It needed only gravity, pressure, and time. Combined with hunger, disease, and relentless labor, the environment completed what orders began. The men assigned to tunnel work were already weakened when they arrived. Transports from other camps delivered prisoners who had survived months or years of deprivation. Many had passed through Mauthausen or its satellite camps before reaching Ebensee. Their bodies carried scars, infections, and chronic malnutrition. The underground did not introduce suffering, it intensified it. Work quotas were constant. Meters of tunnel to excavate, cubic loads of debris to remove, equipment to assemble. Schedules were dictated not by human endurance but by industrial demand. The Reich required protected production sites, and deadlines did not account for failing lungs or trembling hands. Food did not match labor. Rations remained minimal: thin soup, small portions of bread, occasional substitutes lacking nutrition. Caloric intake fell drastically below what the work demanded. The result was visible. Ribs pressed against skin, faces hollowed, shoulders collapsing inward. Weight loss accelerated underground. Men burned energy rapidly in cold, oxygen-poor conditions. Those already skeletal grew gaunt beyond recognition. Muscle wasted. Coordination faltered. A stumble with heavy tools could mean serious injury. Exhaustion became systemic. It was not a byproduct. It was embedded into daily structure. Wake before dawn. March. Descend. Work for hours in dust and darkness. Climb back. Stand for roll call. Eat little. Sleep in overcrowded barracks. Repeat. Sleep rarely restored strength. Coughing from dust and respiratory irritation kept many awake. Typhus and dysentery spread in cramped quarters. Weak immune systems struggled to resist infection. Some awoke unable to rise but forced themselves up out of fear of punishment. The climb from tunnel to surface was infamous. At the end of shifts, bodies already strained from labor had to ascend steep inclines back toward the campgrounds. Slipping on loose stone or mud was common. Those who fell risked being struck by guards or trampled in formation. Punishment did not diminish underground. Guards monitored output and discipline inside the tunnels as closely as outside. Any sign of slowing, confusion, or collapse could provoke violence. In a confined corridor, there was nowhere to retreat. Medical facilities were overwhelmed. The camp infirmary lacked supplies. Prisoner doctors did what they could with limited materials. Many conditions went untreated. Tuberculosis spread. Pneumonia followed prolonged exposure to damp cold. Minor wounds festered into life-threatening infections. Some prisoners were reassigned when too weak to continue underground. But reassignment often meant different forms of forced labor, hauling materials, cleaning barracks, transporting bodies. True rest was rare. Removal from tunnel work did not guarantee survival. Selection occurred quietly. Those deemed unable to contribute were sometimes transferred back to Mauthausen or other camps, where mortality was even higher. The system redistributed weakness rather than relieving it. Psychological strain mirrored physical breakdown. The tunnels erased visual reference points. Days blended. Without sunlight, circadian rhythms faltered. Some prisoners reported losing track of weeks entirely. The mountain swallowed time. Hallucinations were not uncommon. Extreme fatigue, combined with poor nutrition and darkness, altered perception. Flickering lights seemed to move. Echoes felt like whispers. In such an environment, clarity required effort. Yet discipline persisted. Work teams developed internal coordination to avoid accidents. Experienced prisoners trained newcomers quickly. How to brace a drill, how to anticipate explosive timing, how to lift without collapsing. Survival knowledge circulated informally. There were moments of defiance. Subtle acts slowed production. Measurements were misreported. Tools were misplaced intentionally. These gestures were small and dangerous, but they asserted humanity against mechanized cruelty. Above ground, the camp administration reported progress. Documents emphasized output, not casualties. Reports listed meters excavated, machinery installed, and tonnage moved. Human loss was absorbed into statistics without emphasis. By late 1944, the war situation shifted. Allied advances intensified. Bombing campaigns struck industrial centers. Underground facilities like Ebensee became increasingly critical. Pressure on production rose accordingly. This escalation worsened conditions. Shifts lengthened. Supervisors grew more aggressive. Prisoners were driven harder despite visible deterioration. The mountain demanded more. Starvation deepened as supply lines faltered. Food deliveries declined. Guards themselves faced shortages. Prisoners received thinner soup, smaller bread portions. Bodies entered terminal decline more quickly. Corpses accumulated. Though Ebensee was primarily a labor camp, death rates climbed sharply in its final months. Bodies were transported to crematoria when possible, but capacity strained. The line between work site and graveyard blurred. By early 1945, chaos approached. Evacuations from eastern camps brought additional prisoners, swelling numbers beyond sustainable limits. Barracks overflowed. Disease spread faster. The underground could not absorb infinite laborers. The system did not slow. Even as collapse loomed, work continued. Projects were prioritized for completion. Machinery installations proceeded. The ideology that demanded output ignored strategic reality. Exhaustion was no longer gradual. It became immediate and visible. Men collapsed mid-task. Others could not lift tools. Some remained standing only through will or fear. And still the tunnels echoed. Drills turned. Explosives detonated. Orders reverberated against stone. The mountain continued to be carved, even as the regime that ordered it fractured. In these final underground months, the purpose of Ebensee was clear. Not correction, not even spectacle, but depletion. To work until the body failed. To extract labor until nothing remained. To treat life as temporary fuel. As Chapter 3 closes, the tunnels stand as physical evidence of a policy that equated productivity with value and exhaustion with disposal. The mountain did not decide who lived. The system did. And inside Ebensee's tunnels, the system proved that death through labor required no gas chamber, only time, stone, and the refusal to stop. Chapter 4, Segment 1. Expansion, Subcamps, and the War Economy. By late 1943, Ebensee was no longer an isolated construction site hidden in the Austrian Alps. It had become a critical node in a rapidly expanding network of forced labor tied directly to the survival strategy of the collapsing Reich. What began as a satellite project under Mauthausen transformed into one of the most strategically important underground armament centers in Nazi-controlled territory. The logic behind expansion was simple. Allied bombing had crippled Germany's industrial heartland. Aircraft factories burned. Refineries shattered. Rail yards twisted under repeated air raids. The Reich faced a choice: surrender its production advantage or move it underground. The decision was made quickly. Mountains would replace cities. Stone would shield steel. Ebensee became one of those mountains. Plans were drawn for massive tunnel systems designated for advanced weapons production. Among the projects associated with the complex were facilities intended for rocket components, tank engines, and other crucial military hardware. The underground halls were not improvised caverns. They were engineered spaces, long corridors wide enough for assembly lines, reinforced ceilings, ventilation shafts carved through granite. And with every meter of tunnel completed, the demand for labor increased. Prisoners were no longer simply quarry workers or general laborers. They became industrial assets. Skilled tradesmen were identified and reassigned. Engineers, machinists, metalworkers, electricians, many of them political prisoners or Jews, were forced to apply their expertise to the machinery of a regime that sought their destruction. The irony was brutal. Men condemned as enemies of the state were now essential to its war production. The SS understood the value of specialization. Prisoners with technical knowledge were sometimes spared the most physically destructive tasks in exchange for operating machinery or assembling parts. But survival was conditional. Productivity determined relative safety. Around Ebensee, a constellation of smaller work detachments emerged. These were not independent camps in the way larger complexes operated, but they functioned as extensions of the same system. Prisoners were distributed to nearby industrial sites, construction zones, and infrastructure projects connected to underground production. The geography of terror expanded outward from the tunnels. Guard towers multiplied. Supply routes were secured. The camp's perimeter grew more rigid. Administrative offices increased. Record-keeping intensified as output quotas became more precise. Bureaucracy kept pace with brutality. Lists cataloged prisoner skills. Work assignments were documented. Deaths were recorded with sterile efficiency. The paperwork of industrial management blended seamlessly with the machinery of oppression. Production targets were ambitious. The Reich needed rapid acceleration to compensate for losses on the Eastern Front and mounting pressure from the West. Underground facilities were expected to deliver results quickly. Deadlines were strict. Supervisors transmitted demands down the chain, and those demands reached prisoners as force. The tunnels themselves evolved. Initial excavation corridors were widened. Secondary chambers were constructed. Rails were laid inside the mountain to transport materials. Lighting systems improved in certain sectors to allow more precise assembly work. The darkness did not disappear, but it became organized. Industrial partners collaborated closely with the SS. Private companies and state armament agencies coordinated shipments of machinery, blueprints, and technical oversight. Civilian engineers entered the complex. They walked through tunnels carved by starving men and discussed efficiency. The proximity of industry to suffering was direct. Factory planners evaluated output while prisoners coughed blood into the dust. Managers calculated yield while bodies weakened from malnutrition. The war economy did not operate in ignorance. It operated in alignment. Ebensee's transformation into a production hub required constant influxes of new prisoners. Transports arrived from across occupied Europe. Some came from dissolved ghettos. Others from camps evacuated ahead of advancing Allied armies. Each transport altered camp demographics. Languages multiplied. Nationalities mixed. Polish prisoners worked beside French resistance fighters. Soviet POWs labored near Hungarian Jews. Communication was fragmented, but survival strategies spread informally. Inside the barracks, news circulated. Rumors of defeats, stories of bombings, whispered accounts of Allied advances. The outside war filtered into the underground through fragments of conversation and guarded optimism. But expansion brought harsher discipline. As the camp's strategic importance grew, so did SS vigilance. Inspections increased. Punishments intensified for suspected sabotage. Collective penalties were imposed when machinery malfunctioned or quotas were missed. Sabotage became both risk and necessity. Some prisoners attempted subtle interference. Misaligned parts, slowed assembly, quiet damage to equipment. Such acts were dangerous. Discovery could mean execution. Yet even minimal disruption represented resistance against a war machine that relied on their forced compliance. The physical layout of Ebensee reflected its priorities. At the core were the tunnels, the beating industrial heart. Surrounding them, barracks clustered in rigid rows. Administrative buildings stood slightly apart. Guard quarters occupied elevated positions. The structure reinforced hierarchy. Control above, labor below. Winter magnified suffering. Snow buried the camp in silence. Frost thickened on baroque walls. Inside the tunnels, moisture condensed on stone surfaces. Outside, marches to work occurred in sub-zero temperatures. Clothing remained inadequate. Production did not pause for weather. Machines operated. Explosions continued. Rail carts rolled through corridors carved by hands numb from cold. As 1944 progressed, Allied intelligence began identifying underground sites. Bombing missions targeted transportation networks leading to them. Supply lines were disrupted. Fuel shortages intensified. The Reich's desperate relocation of industry bought time, but not enough. Inside Ebensee, shortages were immediate. Food rations shrank. Medical supplies dwindled further. Replacement tools arrived more slowly. Equipment repairs became improvised. Yet pressure did not ease. Commanders insisted on maintaining output. The logic of war demanded it. Even as defeat became statistically probable, industrial momentum continued through inertia and fear. The expansion phase of Ebensee reveals something fundamental about the Nazi system. Genocide and industry were not parallel tracks. They were intertwined. Forced labor fed military production. Military production prolonged the war. Prolonged war extended the life of the camp network. The system reinforced itself. Ebensee was not an accident of geography. It was a calculated response to military crisis, and it relied entirely on the expendability of human beings labeled as enemies. As Chapter 4 begins, we see the camp no longer as a hidden quarry, but as an integral engine of a collapsing empire. The tunnels deepened. The workforce grew. The deadlines tightened. And beneath the Austrian mountain, industry and annihilation merged into one continuous process. Chapter 4, Segment 2. Life inside the expanding camp. As Ebensee expanded into a critical underground armaments center, daily life for prisoners hardened into a rhythm that felt mechanical, almost detached from the outside world. The camp functioned with the precision of an industrial schedule, but behind that structure lay exhaustion, hunger, and constant uncertainty. The tunnels may have symbolized the Reich's attempt to preserve its war production, but for the prisoners, they represented something far simpler. Another day survived, or another day closer to collapse. Morning began long before light touched the alpine slopes. Sirens or shouted commands cut through the barracks. Men rose from overcrowded bunks, bones stiff from cold, bodies weakened by malnutrition. The air inside the barracks was thick, a mixture of damp wood, unwashed clothing, sickness, and breath condensed in winter frost. There was no privacy. There was barely space to turn. Roll call came next. Prisoners lined up in formation, regardless of weather. Snow, rain, wind, none interrupted the counting. Guards demanded stillness. Anyone who swayed risked punishment. Names were replaced by numbers. The counting could last for hours if discrepancies appeared. A missing prisoner meant the entire formation remained standing until the matter was resolved. Time in those moments lost meaning. After roll call, work columns formed. Groups marched toward the tunnel entrances, guarded closely. The path became worn from repetition. Boots struck frozen earth or mud depending on the season. Silence often dominated, broken only by commands or coughing. Inside the tunnels, the atmosphere changed. Artificial light flickered along walls carved from granite. The air was heavy with dust and machinery fumes. Ventilation systems existed, but they were inadequate for the scale of work underway. Explosions from controlled blasting echoed through the corridors. In some sectors, prisoners hauled debris. In others, they assembled mechanical parts destined for the front lines. Shifts were long. 12 hours was common. Longer shifts were not unusual during periods of urgent demand. There were few breaks. Food distribution at work sites consisted of thin soup or small portions of bread, sometimes eaten while standing beside equipment. The physical toll accumulated rapidly. Malnutrition reduced muscle mass. Repeated lifting of heavy materials strained joints and spines. Dust inhalation irritated lungs. Cuts from stone and metal became infected easily without medical care. In the evenings, the march back to the barracks felt heavier than the morning departure. Exhaustion set into every movement. Some prisoners relied on others to stay upright. Mutual support developed quietly. A hand under an elbow. A whispered reminder to keep moving. Survival depended not only on endurance but on solidarity. Inside the barracks, conditions deteriorated as the population increased. Overcrowding intensified. Beds meant for 2 or 3 men held double that number. Lice spread easily. Hygiene facilities were limited and insufficient. Water shortages were common. Disease followed predictable patterns in such environments. Medical care was minimal. Camp infirmaries existed, but resources were scarce and admission was selective. In some cases, being sent to the infirmary meant relief from labor. In others, it meant being marked as too weak to continue. Fear of selection lingered. Though Ebensee was primarily a labor camp, the threat of execution or transfer never vanished. Prisoners deemed unproductive could be removed. Where they went was often unknown to those who remained. Food rations declined steadily as the war progressed. Daily sustenance might consist of a thin soup with traces of vegetables and a small bread ration. Calories were insufficient for the intensity of labor demanded. Weight loss was visible. Faces hollowed. Eyes appeared larger in thinning features. The human body adapted temporarily, but only to a point. Weakness became widespread. Minor illnesses escalated. The immune system, already compromised, struggled against infection. Despite these conditions, fragments of normalcy persisted. Some prisoners whispered stories at night. Others exchanged fragments of poetry or memory. Different national groups formed small support networks. Communication barriers existed, but shared suffering bridged many divides. News of the war circulated in fragments. Occasionally, civilian workers or guards revealed hints of developments at the front. Rumors traveled quickly. Allied advances in the West. Soviet progress in the East. Each piece of information offered fragile hope. But hope was dangerous if expressed too openly. Guards discouraged conversation. Discipline remained strict. Punishments for perceived insubordination could include beatings, confinement, or worse. Work quotas intensified as the Reich's military position weakened. Production deadlines shortened. Supervisors demanded greater output despite dwindling resources. Prisoners were pushed harder, as though sheer force of will could compensate for collapsing logistics. Industrial oversight remained present. Engineers and civilian supervisors inspected progress within the tunnels. They measured completion rates and evaluated quality. Their presence reinforced the reality that this suffering served a direct military objective. The camp became a microcosm of a larger contradiction. The Reich proclaimed strength and inevitability. Yet the very need to hide industry underground revealed vulnerability. Prisoners sensed the contradiction even if they did not know its full scope. Winter of 1944 to 1945 brought intensified hardship. Supplies grew scarce. Transportation disruptions limited food shipments. Coal shortages reduced heating. Inside the tunnels, cold seeped into stone walls. Outside, snow buried the camp in silence. Illness increased dramatically. Typhus and other infectious diseases appeared in overcrowded conditions. Weak bodies struggled to resist. Death rates rose. Bodies were removed regularly, but the frequency of removal could not conceal the trend. Still, the machinery continued. Rail carts transported materials. Assembly lines functioned. The war economy persisted in denial of its impending collapse. Within this relentless routine, prisoners developed internal hierarchies. Some were assigned as foremen under SS supervision. Others handled distribution of rations. These positions carried both risk and limited privilege. Navigating them required careful balance, avoiding suspicion from guards while maintaining trust among fellow prisoners. Not all relationships were cooperative. Competition for survival occasionally fractured solidarity. Hunger sharpened instincts. Small advantages could create tension. Yet overall, shared vulnerability encouraged cooperation more often than division. The expanding camp had become an ecosystem. Production schedules defined days. Exhaustion defined nights. The mountain enclosed everything, creating a world separated from the outside yet directly connected to its violence. As Chapter 4 continues, it becomes clear that expansion did not improve conditions. It intensified them. More tunnels, more prisoners, more pressure. Ebensee had transformed from a construction site into a fully operational industrial labor camp, a place where war production thrived on systematic depletion of human life. And still, beyond the mountains, the Reich was crumbling. Inside, the machinery had not yet stopped. Chapter 4, Segment 3. The Human Cost of Industrial War. By late 1944, Ebensee was no longer merely an extension of Mauthausen. It had become one of the Reich's most critical underground production centers, and one of its most lethal labor camps. What had begun as forced excavation had evolved into a fully integrated armaments complex hidden beneath alpine stone. The tunnels were nearly complete in several sectors. Machinery operated in shifts. Components for rockets and advanced weapons moved along improvised assembly lines carved from the mountain itself. But beneath that industrial rhythm, something else was accelerating. The human cost. Every expansion of production meant more prisoners, longer shifts, harsher quotas. Transports arrived from across the collapsing camp network. Men evacuated from Poland, from Germany's eastern territories, from camps overrun or abandoned in panic. Many arrived already emaciated, carrying the exhaustion of death marches and overcrowded trains. Ebensee did not receive the strong. It inherited the nearly broken. The camp population swelled far beyond what its barracks could sustain. Wooden structures built for hundreds now housed thousands. Bunks were stacked 3 levels high, sometimes shared in shifts. There was no ventilation adequate for the crush of bodies. In winter, frost formed inside the barracks. In spring, mud and stagnant water pooled outside, turning the campgrounds into a breeding field for disease. Inside the tunnels, the air grew heavier. As industrial equipment was installed and production intensified, dust and fumes thickened the atmosphere. Ventilation systems struggled to circulate fresh air through kilometers of carved corridors. Explosives, diesel fumes, and metallic particles lingered in the lungs of those forced to work there daily. Accidents became more frequent. Blasting operations sometimes misfired. Machinery malfunctioned. Electrical wiring, installed under pressure and scarcity, posed constant hazards. Injuries were common. Crushed fingers, broken limbs, head trauma from falling debris. Medical treatment remained minimal, often limited to brief attention before prisoners were returned to labor. For those too weak to continue, options narrowed. In a system driven by output, productivity determined value. Prisoners who could no longer meet quotas risked being marked as expendable. Transfers back to Mauthausen or other camps often followed. Few returned. Meanwhile, food rations declined further. As the Allied bombing campaign disrupted supply chains and the front lines moved closer, shipments to peripheral camps faltered. The thin soup grew thinner. Bread portions shrank. Some days, distribution was delayed or uneven. Hunger was constant, not dramatic, not immediate, but steady and grinding. Malnutrition altered behavior. Concentration faltered. Movements slowed. Conversations revolved around food. Prisoners calculated calories, shared scraps, bartered small possessions. In the tunnels, exhaustion caused mistakes. Mistakes invited punishment. Punishment remained part of daily life. Supervisors enforced discipline through intimidation and violence. Slaps, blows, forced standing at attention for hours, deprivation of rations. These were tools of control. The system relied on fear to maintain order within growing chaos. Disease followed predictably. Overcrowding and weakened immune systems created conditions for outbreaks. Dysentery spread through contaminated water. Respiratory infections flourished in the damp cold of the tunnels. Typhus began appearing in greater numbers by early 1945. Lice infestation became nearly universal. The infirmary overflowed. Medical blocks lacked medicine, equipment, and personnel capable of responding to large-scale illness. Some prisoners volunteered as orderlies, attempting to offer care with limited supplies. But for many, the infirmary was not a place of recovery. It was a waiting room for decline. Deaths increased. Bodies were removed daily. At times, they accumulated faster than they could be transported. The camp crematorium, small and inadequate for the swelling population, struggled to keep pace. Temporary burial sites were used. Administrative records, when kept at all, could not capture the scale of loss. Yet production continued. Rail shipments left the camp. Rocket components moved toward assembly elsewhere in the Reich. Engineers recorded outputs. Reports were filed. On paper, the system functioned. The contradiction was stark. A regime collapsing militarily demanded greater efficiency from a labor force it was simultaneously starving to death. The mountain tunnels symbolized technological ambition. The barracks revealed moral decay. News from outside reached prisoners in fragments. Rumors of Allied advances circulated quietly. The Red Army moving west. American forces crossing into Germany. Some guards grew visibly anxious. Others doubled down on discipline, as if denial could preserve authority. Tension permeated the camp. SS personnel received shifting orders. Evacuation plans were discussed but not clearly implemented. The logistical reality of moving thousands of weakened prisoners through alpine terrain complicated decisions. The mountain that had hidden production now isolated the camp from rapid escape. By early 1945, Ebensee entered its final and most chaotic phase. Transports from other camps intensified. Prisoners from Auschwitz, Gross-Rosen, and other evacuating sites arrived in desperate condition. The camp's population reached its peak at precisely the moment resources reached their lowest point. Starvation deepened. Prisoners scavenged for scraps. Some collapsed in the tunnels and were dragged aside. Others lay in barracks too weak to rise for roll call. Guards sometimes recorded absences without searching, knowing what they would find. The infrastructure began to strain visibly. Water systems failed intermittently. Electrical supply faltered. Sanitation collapsed almost entirely. The mountain tunnels, once symbols of hidden strength, now echoed with coughs and silence. Still, the machinery did not stop immediately. Orders continued to emphasize production. Engineers inspected incomplete sections. Supervisors pressed for output. The illusion of continuity persisted even as the Reich's borders shrank. But inside the camp, prisoners sensed the end approaching. Conversations shifted. Hope returned cautiously. Survival strategies changed. Conserve energy, avoid confrontation, remain invisible. Some organized small networks to protect the weakest. Others prepared mentally for evacuation, uncertain what form it would take. The human cost of Ebensee was no longer abstract. It was visible in every face. Hollow eyes, sunken cheeks, bent backs. The camp had achieved its grim objective, extracting maximum labor from minimum sustenance. It had converted human beings into units of industrial capacity, and then discarded them when depleted. Yet even within this degradation, fragments of dignity endured. A shared ration, a whispered reassurance, a decision to help another rise after a fall. As Chapter 4 closes, the expansion of Ebensee stands revealed not as a story of engineering triumph, but as evidence of a system stretched beyond its limits, clinging to production as defeat loomed. The mountain tunnels remained intact, but the Reich that built them was collapsing. And within those tunnels, thousands waited, suspended between exhaustion and liberation, between fear and the possibility that the system turning work into death was finally reaching its end. Chapter 5, Segment 1. Collapse of the Reich, collapse of the camp. By the beginning of 1945, the illusion of permanence had begun to fracture. For years, Ebensee had functioned as a hidden engine of the Nazi war machine, a place carved into alpine rock where forced labor sustained weapons production far from Allied bombs. But now the war was closing in from every direction. Soviet forces pressed from the east. American and British troops advanced from the west. German cities lay in ruins. Rail lines were severed. Communication faltered. And inside the tunnel camp of Ebensee, the system that had demanded endless output began to unravel. At first, the change was subtle. Deliveries of food became irregular. Coal shipments for heating were delayed or rerouted. Replacement machinery arrived late or not at all. Guards whispered more often. Officers received coded messages and sealed envelopes. Orders shifted daily. Production targets, however, did not disappear. If anything, they intensified. Berlin demanded more rockets, more components, more underground protection. The regime, convinced that wonder weapons might still alter the war's outcome, pressed the camps to maintain output at any cost. Engineers inspected the tunnels with renewed urgency. Supervisors calculated quotas with increasing desperation. But the labor force was collapsing. Transports continued to arrive from camps being evacuated ahead of advancing armies. Auschwitz, Gross-Rosen, and other facilities in the east were emptied in haste. Prisoners arrived at Ebensee after brutal death marches and overcrowded train journeys, many already near starvation. They entered a camp that could not sustain its existing population, let alone thousands more. Barracks overflowed. Some prisoners slept on bare ground. Others rotated through bunks in shifts. Sanitation, already fragile, broke down almost entirely. Latrines backed up. Clean water was scarce. The cold alpine air offered little relief. Winter lingered, and many lacked adequate clothing. Hunger intensified. The daily ration, once barely sufficient for survival under forced labor, shrank further. Soup thinned into cloudy water. Bread portions grew smaller. Some days distribution was delayed due to supply disruptions. Guards sometimes ate separately, visibly better fed. The imbalance deepened resentment and fear. Inside the tunnels, conditions deteriorated. Ventilation systems struggled under constant strain. Dust and explosive residue coated the air. Electric lighting flickered as power lines failed intermittently. Machinery broke down more frequently, and spare parts were harder to obtain. Accidents increased. Exhausted prisoners slipped on damp rock. Explosive blasts misfired. Equipment malfunctioned. Injured men were often returned to work after minimal treatment. Those too weak to stand were removed, their destinations rarely explained. Typhus began to spread more rapidly in early 1945. Overcrowding and malnutrition created ideal conditions for the disease. Lice infestation became widespread. Feverish prisoners lay on wooden planks, shivering and delirious. The infirmary overflowed. Medical supplies were almost non-existent. Deaths mounted daily. The crematorium could not keep pace. Bodies accumulated near barracks and infirmary blocks. Burial details were organized under guard supervision, though sometimes the number of dead outstripped available labor. And yet, the guards maintained routine. Roll calls continued, sometimes lasting hours despite the weakening condition of the prisoners. Punishments were still enforced. Quotas were still recorded. Administrative paperwork persisted, as if bureaucracy alone could delay the inevitable. Outside the camp, the war drew closer. Distant artillery could occasionally be heard echoing faintly through the mountains. Rumors filtered in from newly arrived prisoners. Cities falling. German units retreating. Entire fronts collapsing. Some guards grew visibly anxious. Others hardened their discipline. Orders arrived from higher command to prepare for possible evacuation. Files were reviewed. Documents sorted. Discussions took place about destroying evidence, as had been attempted in other camps. But Ebensee's situation was complicated. Its tunnels contained machinery and unfinished weapons components too large to remove easily. Thousands of prisoners were in no condition to march long distances. The alpine terrain posed logistical obstacles. The window for organized evacuation narrowed each day. Within the camp, prisoner conversations changed. For the first time in months, in years, the possibility of liberation was discussed openly in whispers. Some dared to imagine American troops reaching the region. Others feared a final massacre to silence witnesses. History offered both possibilities. At other camps, evacuations had turned into death marches. At others, SS units had executed prisoners before fleeing. No one inside Ebensee knew which fate awaited them. The SS command structure itself began to fracture. Communication with Berlin became sporadic. Authority was less clear. Junior officers sometimes made decisions without clear directives. Confusion replaced certainty. Meanwhile, starvation deepened. Prisoners bartered possessions for crumbs. Some searched garbage pits for scraps. Those assigned to kitchen duty risked severe punishment if caught diverting even small amounts of food to others. A handful attempted to organize discreet support networks, sharing rations to keep the weakest alive. Small acts of solidarity persisted. A crust of bread passed quietly. A place on a bunk offered to someone feverish. A warning whispered before inspection. These gestures did not alter the system, but they preserved fragments of humanity within it. By April 1945, the camp reached its breaking point. The population peaked at over 18,000 prisoners, far beyond the original capacity. Disease, hunger, and exhaustion defined daily existence. Guards appeared increasingly uncertain. Some destroyed personal papers. Others spoke of retreat. Production inside the tunnels slowed dramatically. Machinery ran intermittently. Materials failed to arrive. Engineers inspected incomplete rocket components that would never be assembled. The vast underground complex, once envisioned as a secure fortress of German industry, became an echoing monument to overreach. The mountain no longer protected the Reich. It merely contained its consequences. Prisoners sensed the shift in atmosphere. Roll calls were shorter, inspections less thorough, orders more contradictory. The structure of terror, once precise and relentless, now wavered. But danger remained acute. Desperation could make guards unpredictable. A final order to evacuate or execute might arrive at any moment. The tension inside Ebensee was not relief, it was suspended uncertainty. Chapter 5 opens in this atmosphere of collapse. The Reich is falling. The camp is overcrowded. Disease spreads. Hunger intensifies. And inside the mountain tunnels, thousands wait, caught between a dying regime and an approaching liberation they cannot yet see. The system that turned labor into death is beginning to fracture. But its final days will prove among the most lethal of all. Chapter 5, Segment 2. The final weeks. Starvation, panic, and the fear of erasure. By mid-April 1945, the war was no longer a distant rumor carried by newly arrived prisoners. It was present in the air itself. The sound of artillery rolled faintly across the Alpine valleys. German soldiers passed through nearby roads in disorganized retreat. Columns of refugees moved westward, carrying what little they could salvage from collapsing towns. The Reich was no longer expanding. It was disintegrating. Inside Ebensee, that disintegration translated into something immediate and terrifying: unpredictability. For years, the camp had functioned on rigid order. Brutal, efficient, and methodical, but predictable. Wake-up siren. Roll call. March. Labor. Inspection. Punishment. Night confinement. Even suffering had a schedule. Now the schedule faltered. Food deliveries nearly ceased. The already meager ration was cut again. Some days there was no bread at all. Soup was little more than colored water, ladled into dented tins with no promise of the next distribution. Prisoners' bodies, long reduced to bone and sinew, began to fail at an even faster rate. Men collapsed during roll call and were dragged aside. Others could not rise from the bunks at dawn. Fever from typhus and dysentery spread rapidly through the overcrowded barracks. The infirmary, never adequate, became a place where men were laid out in rows on wooden boards, waiting for a medicine that did not exist. The dead accumulated faster than burial details could manage. Corpses lay wrapped in blankets or stacked near barrack walls, awaiting removal. The crematorium operated continuously, but fuel shortages and mechanical strains slowed its pace. Smoke drifted across the camp in uneven plumes, carried by cold mountain winds. And yet, despite the visible collapse, the SS did not immediately abandon control. Guards continued patrols along the electrified fences. Watchtowers remained staffed. Orders were barked at roll call, though the tone was less confident, more brittle. Some officers attempted to maintain discipline through increased severity, perhaps believing that strictness could hold back chaos. Others appeared distracted. They received messages from higher command that contradicted one another. Evacuate, hold position, destroy evidence, protect industrial assets. The instructions shifted with the rapid collapse of front lines. Rumors spread among the prisoners. Camps further east had been emptied. Death marches had begun elsewhere. Thousands forced to walk for days without food. Those who fell shot by the roadside. The fear inside Ebensee sharpened. Would they be marched into the mountains? Would the tunnels be sealed? Would the guards attempt to kill them before fleeing? History offered grim precedent. Within the camp, small groups of prisoners began to prepare quietly. Some concealed scraps of food. Others memorized names of comrades who had died, determined to testify if they survived. A few who had technical skills considered sabotaging machinery to slow any last-minute attempts at production or destruction. Solidarity deepened under pressure. Men who had once barely known one another now shared whispered strategies. Certain prisoners who held minor internal administrative roles used their positions to move the sick away from the most brutal work details. A fragile web of resistance, not dramatic, but deliberate, took shape in the shadows. Outside the tunnels, German control over the surrounding region eroded rapidly. Transportation networks were severed by advancing Allied forces. Communication lines failed. Units once responsible for reinforcing camps were themselves in retreat. The myth of invincibility that had sustained the SS for years evaporated. But desperation made danger unpredictable. In late April, orders arrived suggesting evacuation preparations. Some documents were burned, records destroyed. Prisoners assigned to administrative blocks noticed files disappearing. Smoke rose not only from the crematorium, but from barrels of paper set alight. The attempt to erase evidence had begun, though incomplete and hurried. The sheer scale of Ebensee made total destruction difficult. The tunnels could not be dismantled in days. The machinery was too heavy to relocate. Thousands of prisoners were too weak to march effectively. The SS command hesitated. Time was running out. On certain evenings, guards could be seen arguing among themselves. Some expressed open fear of being captured. Others spoke of fleeing into civilian clothes. A few hardened loyalists insisted the prisoners must not fall into Allied hands. The prisoners watched all of this carefully. Hope grew cautiously, but so did anxiety. Liberation might come within days, or violence might erupt first. Starvation reached its most extreme phase during these final weeks. Men searched for potato peels, grass, anything edible. The strongest among them tried to shield the weakest from punishment, but resources were too scarce to sustain many. Disease thinned the population relentlessly. Yet even in that deterioration, acts of human connection persisted. A shared blanket. A quiet prayer in multiple languages. A promise whispered, "If you survive, tell them we were here." The tunnels themselves fell eerily silent as production halted almost entirely. Machinery that had once roared day and night now stood idle. The vast underground chambers echoed with emptiness. The mountain that had imprisoned them now seemed to wait. Outside, American forces advanced steadily through Austria. Reports reached the camp that nearby towns had surrendered. German command structures were dissolving. Some guards vanished overnight, leaving posts unmanned. By the end of April, Ebensee existed in a state of suspended collapse. The SS still held weapons. The fences were still electrified, but authority was crumbling from within. Prisoners sensed the shift, a tightening before release or before catastrophe. Chapter 5 Segment 2 closes in that fragile, dangerous pause. The Reich is falling. Evidence burns. Hunger consumes what little strength remains. And inside a mountain of stone, thousands wait, uncertain whether they will be marched into death or awakened to liberation. The final days of Ebensee are approaching, and with them a reckoning neither side can fully control. Chapter 5 Segment 3 Liberation, when the tunnels finally fell silent. In the first days of May 1945, the structure that had ruled Ebensee for more than a year began to unravel completely. The guards sensed it first. Orders from higher command became fragmented, then ceased. Radio messages arrived late or not at all. Roads once patrolled by military convoys were suddenly filled with retreating units, abandoned vehicles, and civilians fleeing in every direction. The illusion of centralized authority, the chain of command that had justified every beating, every execution, every forced descent into the tunnels, was breaking apart. Inside the camp, tension thickened. Prisoners noticed the change in posture. Guards who once shouted commands with absolute certainty now spoke in hurried tones. Some avoided eye contact. Others drank heavily. A few began to disappear altogether, slipping away during the night. Rumors raced across the barracks faster than disease had ever spread. The Americans are close. The war is over. They are going to kill us before they leave. Hope and terror coexisted in equal measure. On May 4th, several SS personnel abandoned their posts entirely. Watchtowers went unmanned. The electric current along parts of the fence faltered. For the first time since its construction, the perimeter of Ebensee showed signs of weakness. Yet no one dared rush forward. The prisoners understood the danger of false hope. They had seen deception before, staged transfers, false promises, sudden violence. A premature attempt to escape could trigger retaliation from guards who still possessed weapons and authority. So they waited. By May 5th, the final collapse unfolded rapidly. Most of the remaining SS officers fled, leaving behind a skeletal group tasked with minimal supervision. Even these last men seemed uncertain of their role. Without clear command, their power had dissolved into hesitation. The camp, for the first time, existed in a state of near vacuum. Then, shortly after midday, movement appeared beyond the perimeter. American armored units advanced cautiously along the roads leading to Ebensee. Soldiers had been informed of concentration camps in the region, but few were prepared for what they would encounter inside the fences. When U.S. troops entered the campgrounds, they did not find an orderly prison. They found thousands of human beings standing at the edge of survival. Men whose bodies had been reduced to skeletal frames. Faces hollowed by starvation, eyes enormous against skin stretched thin. Many could not walk without assistance. Others lay on the ground, too weak to rise even at the sound of approaching vehicles. The liberators were struck first by silence. There was no cheering at first, only stunned stillness. The prisoners seemed unsure whether this moment was real. Years of degradation had taught them to distrust sudden change. Then recognition dawned. Some began to weep. Others attempted to stand at attention, as though formal posture might preserve dignity in the presence of outsiders. A few collapsed entirely. Overcome by exhaustion the moment fear released its grip. American medics moved quickly through the camp. What they encountered was catastrophic. Barracks packed far beyond capacity. Men lying three to a plank, unable to move. The sick intermingled with the dying. Typhus rampant. Dysentery uncontrolled. Corpses still awaiting removal. The crematorium unable to conceal the scale of death that had preceded liberation by only days. The tunnels, once roaring with forced labor, stood empty and cold. For the American soldiers, the shock was immediate and visceral. Many had witnessed combat across Europe, but the deliberate starvation and industrialized cruelty of Ebensee revealed a different kind of battlefield, one without trenches, yet filled with casualties. Relief efforts began almost instantly, but liberation was not a simple reversal of suffering. The prisoners were in such extreme states of malnutrition that even food posed danger. Rapid refeeding could trigger fatal complications. Medics distributed small, carefully measured rations. Field hospitals were established. Quarantine measures attempted to contain the spread of disease. Despite these efforts, hundreds more would die in the days following liberation, their bodies too weakened to recover from months and years of abuse. American forces also documented everything. Photographs were taken of the barracks, the tunnels, the crematorium, the emaciated survivors. Testimonies were recorded from those strong enough to speak. Evidence was gathered meticulously, aware that the world might struggle to comprehend what had been constructed beneath the mountain. Meanwhile, former guards who had not escaped were arrested. Some were captured in nearby villages, attempting to blend into civilian populations. Others were identified by survivors who pointed silently, a gesture that required no translation. Within the camp, The emotional landscape shifted from fear to something more complex. Relief, yes, but also grief. For those who had survived, liberation did not erase memory. It did not restore lost years or return the dead. Men walked through the camp grounds in disbelief, touching walls, staring at watchtowers that no longer held authority. Some sought the names of friends who had disappeared days earlier. Others sat quietly, unable to process the sudden absence of terror that had defined every waking hour. The mountain remained, the tunnels remained, but the system had collapsed. In the weeks that followed, investigations began into the crimes committed at Ebensee. The broader Mauthausen complex would become the focus of post-war trials. Testimony from survivors helped reconstruct the chain of command, the labor quotas, the deliberate policies that had transformed granite and steel into instruments of annihilation. Ebensee, once designed to be a hidden engine of the Reich's war effort, now stood as evidence. Its tunnels, carved through human suffering, could not be denied. Its records, though partially destroyed, could not fully conceal the scale of exploitation and death. Liberation was not the end of the story. It was the beginning of reckoning. For the survivors, survival itself became testimony. Many would carry physical scars and psychological trauma for the rest of their lives. Some would speak publicly about what had occurred beneath the mountain. Others would remain silent, unable to revisit the darkness they had endured. But the world now knew. Ebensee had been built to convert bodies into weapons production, to extract labor until nothing remained, to hide suffering inside stone. On May 5, 1945, that design failed. The tunnels no longer echoed with forced commands. The guards no longer controlled the gates. The machinery stopped. And for the first time since its construction, the camp's silence belonged not to oppression, but to the fragile beginning of freedom. Chapter 5 closes not with triumph, but with survival. The dead remain countless, the damage irreversible. But the system that engineered their suffering collapsed before it could erase them completely. And from that collapse emerged the enduring obligation to remember. Chapter 6, Segment 1. After the gates opened, survival, shock, and the burden of proof. Liberation did not bring immediate peace to Ebensee. When American troops entered the camp on May 5, 1945, they had stepped into a landscape that was still in motion. Not with guards and commands, but with disease, starvation, and the fragile pulse of thousands who hovered between life and death. The war in Europe was ending, but inside the camp the crisis had only just begun. The first priority was simple in theory and overwhelming in practice: keep the survivors alive. Ebensee had been operating beyond capacity for months. Barracks meant for a fraction of the population held men stacked side by side, too weak to rise. Typhus spread through lice-infested clothing and blankets. Dysentery contaminated the already inadequate water supply. Bodies of those who had died in the final days still lay among the living. American medics were not prepared for this scale of human collapse. They had treated battlefield injuries, gunshot wounds, shrapnel, frostbite, but starvation was different. It was not dramatic. It was slow, systemic, and deeply embedded in every organ. Prisoners who appeared conscious could collapse without warning. Muscles had wasted away. Internal systems were fragile. Even hope itself seemed physically exhausting. Field hospitals were established immediately within and around the camp. Quarantine zones were created to control disease. Disinfection stations attempted to remove lice and contaminated clothing. Survivors were separated based on medical urgency, those who might recover with careful treatment and those whose bodies had endured too much. Food became both salvation and danger. Some American soldiers, moved by shock and compassion, initially offered rations from their own supplies. But doctors quickly recognized the risk of refeeding syndrome, a potentially fatal reaction when severely malnourished bodies receive large quantities of food too quickly. Strict feeding protocols were introduced. Small portions, gradual increases, constant monitoring. Even with these precautions, many who had survived the camp for months did not survive liberation. Death did not stop on May 5th. In the days that followed, hundreds more succumbed to disease and organ failure. The camp's final toll extended beyond the moment the gates opened. For some, freedom came only hours before their bodies gave way. American troops were confronted not only with a humanitarian emergency, but with evidence of systematic crime. Officers understood quickly that documentation was essential. What they were witnessing needed to be preserved, not for propaganda but for history and justice. Photographers moved through the camp, capturing images of skeletal survivors, overcrowded barracks, the crematorium, and the tunnels that had consumed so many lives. Survivor testimonies were recorded wherever possible. Interpreters worked tirelessly, translating fragmented accounts from Polish, French, Russian, Hungarian, Italian, and dozens of other languages. Prisoners described forced labor quotas, beatings for slowing pace, executions for minor infractions, and the endless grind of excavation inside the mountain. They described how the tunnels had become extensions of the camp itself, spaces without sunlight, where dust-filled lungs and collapse meant punishment. Many testimonies were given in monotone voices, as though emotion had been drained alongside body weight. Others spoke with urgency, fearful that memory might dissolve before it could be recorded. Meanwhile, investigations began into the guards who had not escaped. Some SS personnel had fled days before liberation, discarding uniforms and attempting to vanish into surrounding towns. Others were captured quickly, identified by former prisoners who pointed without hesitation. Recognition required no paperwork. Survivors remembered faces. They remembered voices. They remembered the men who had controlled life and death inside the tunnels. Captured guards were interrogated. Some denied knowledge. Others claimed they had followed orders. The familiar defense of obedience began to surface almost immediately. But the physical evidence surrounding Ebensee contradicted any attempt at minimization. The scale of starvation, the overcrowding, the mass graves, the unfinished evacuation plans. This was not a temporary holding site. It was part of a deliberate system. As the weeks progressed, international relief organizations joined the effort. The Red Cross assisted in medical treatment and repatriation. Displaced persons agencies began the complex process of identifying survivors and arranging transport back to their home countries, if those homes still existed. For many, returning was not simple. Cities had been destroyed, families murdered, borders redrawn, political realities transformed. Some survivors had nowhere to go. Others feared returning to regions now controlled by regimes they distrusted. Ebensee became, briefly, a transitional space, no longer a camp of imprisonment but not yet a place fully abandoned. The tunnels remained sealed. The barracks still stood, but their purpose had changed. American forces also confronted a moral reckoning of their own. The shock of what they witnessed at Ebensee contributed to a broader understanding among Allied troops of the concentration camp system. Reports flowed upward through military command, informing policymakers and prosecutors. What had once been rumors of brutality now existed in documented detail. The existence of camps like Ebensee reshaped the language of war crimes. These were not isolated excesses. They were structured components of state policy. As summer approached in 1945, the camp slowly emptied of survivors. Those strong enough were transported to recovery centers or returned to their countries. Graves were marked. Investigative teams continued gathering evidence for future trials. But something remained beneath the surface of the mountain. The tunnels did not collapse with the regime. They remained carved into stone, silent, cold, and empty. Physical proof of how industry and ideology had combined to convert human beings into expendable labor. Chapter 6 begins not with the roar of machinery, but with the quiet work of survival and accountability. Liberation opened the gates, but justice required patience. Memory required witnesses, and the world, standing before the evidence of Ebensee, could no longer claim ignorance of what had been done beneath the mountain. Chapter 6, Segment 2. Hunting the perpetrators, trials, testimony, and the language of responsibility. Liberation did not end the story of Ebensee. It shifted it. The barbed wire no longer held prisoners in, but the questions began to hold the perpetrators in place. Who ordered the construction of the tunnels? Who enforced the labor quotas? Who beat the exhausted men back into motion? Who signed the paperwork that transferred thousands from Mauthausen to die beneath the mountain? The collapse of Nazi Germany created a vacuum, political, military, and moral. Into that vacuum stepped investigators. Ebensee was not an isolated camp. It had functioned as a subcamp of Mauthausen, part of a vast and layered system administered by the SS Economic and Administrative Main Office. This meant responsibility extended beyond the guards who stood on the ground. It climbed upward through ranks, through offices, through signatures. American military authorities began gathering evidence immediately. Survivor testimonies were recorded in greater detail. Medical reports documented starvation, infectious disease, and signs of systematic abuse. Engineers examined the tunnels to understand the scale of forced labor required to carve them. The camp's administrative files, incomplete but revealing, were collected. Every list of names became potential evidence. Every transfer order became part of a chain. Every signature linked an individual to a decision. The challenge was not proving that suffering had occurred. The challenge was assigning legal responsibility in a system designed to diffuse blame. Former SS personnel captured in the region were interrogated. Some insisted they had merely guarded the perimeter. Others claimed they were unaware of conditions inside the barracks. Many used the same phrase, "I followed orders." This defense would echo through every major war crimes preceding that followed. But at Ebensee, survivors could contradict these claims directly. Men who had spent months in the tunnels identified specific guards who had forced them to carry loads beyond physical endurance. They described punishments delivered not under compulsion, but with visible enthusiasm. They recalled executions conducted as examples to instill fear in others. The American military government began preparing cases for prosecution under the framework that would later be associated with the Dachau trials, a series of proceedings conducted by U.S. military courts to address crimes committed at concentration camps under American jurisdiction. Ebensee personnel were included in these investigations. Courtrooms replaced barracks. Interrogation rooms replaced guard towers. But the atmosphere was still heavy with consequence. Survivors were called to testify. Many were physically fragile, still recovering from starvation and disease. Yet they stood or sat supported and spoke. They described the routine of forced labor, the impossibility of meeting quotas, the beatings that followed failure. They spoke of the tunnels where air grew thin and dust coated lungs. They described fellow prisoners collapsing beside them, sometimes left where they fell. The defense teams attempted to narrow responsibility. They argued that conditions were the result of wartime shortages, that disease had been unavoidable, that guards had limited authority, that senior officials were unaware of local excesses. But prosecutors presented a different narrative. Starvation rations had been structured policy, not accident. Labor quotas had been calculated beyond human capacity. Transfers into Ebensee during the war's final months had knowingly overwhelmed the camp. Evacuation plans had prioritized secrecy over prisoner survival. The legal arguments introduced concepts that would shape international law for decades. Crimes against humanity, conspiracy, participation in a common plan. These were not spontaneous acts. They were components of an organized system. Some defendants were convicted and sentenced to prison terms. Others received harsher penalties. A number were acquitted, often due to insufficient direct evidence tying them personally to specific acts. The trials did not satisfy every survivor. Justice felt incomplete. Too many officials had escaped. Too many documents had been destroyed. Too many bureaucrats had blended back into civilian life. Yet the proceedings mattered. For the first time, the suffering inside Ebensee was not only described, it was entered into legal record. Testimony became transcript. Evidence became exhibit. Memory became part of jurisprudence. Beyond the courtroom, another reckoning unfolded. Local Austrian communities were forced to confront proximity. Ebensee had not existed in total isolation. Villagers had seen prisoner columns marching. They had witnessed smoke from the crematorium. They had heard rumors of death marches passing through. Some claimed ignorance. Others acknowledged fragments of knowledge without grasping scale. The presence of Allied investigators made silence more difficult. Denazification efforts attempted to separate active perpetrators from passive members of the regime. But the moral boundaries were not always clear. Complicity existed in gradients, from enthusiastic participation to quiet acceptance. The world, too, began to absorb the implications. The documentation from camps like Ebensee contributed to the broader narrative presented at the International Military Tribunal in Nuremberg. While Ebensee itself was not as widely publicized as larger camps, its evidence reinforced a pattern. Forced labor integrated into military production, starvation as method, and bureaucratic coordination across regions. The tunnels beneath the mountain became symbolic of something larger. They represented the convergence of industry and ideology. They showed how technological ambition could coexist with deliberate human degradation. They demonstrated that genocide did not always require gas chambers alone. It could unfold through work schedules, production targets, and calculated neglect. As the late 1940s progressed, the urgency of prosecution gradually gave way to geopolitical tension. The emerging Cold War shifted priorities. Some former Nazis found new roles within West German institutions. Political pragmatism sometimes overshadowed moral clarity. For survivors of Ebensee, this transition felt unsettling. They had spoken, they had testified, they had endured, and yet the world was already moving on. Chapter 6, Segment 2 is not only about punishment. It is about language. How do courts describe starvation engineered as policy? How does law measure exhaustion imposed as weapon? How does responsibility travel through paperwork and hierarchy? The trials at Ebensee did not answer every question, but they established a precedent. Obedience is not immunity. Participation in systemic cruelty carries consequence. And even beneath layers of bureaucracy, individual choices matter. The mountain tunnels remained. The evidence had been recorded. The perpetrators faced judgment, imperfect, partial, but undeniable. Liberation opened the gates. Investigation opened the archives. And the story of Ebensee entered the realm of history, not as rumor, but as documented fact. Chapter 6, Segment 3. Memory beneath the mountain, silence, denial, and the long road to remembrance. When the trials ended and the headlines faded, Ebensee did not disappear. It lingered in documents, in testimony, and in the minds of those who had survived it. But memory is not automatic. It must be carried. In the years immediately following liberation, Europe was exhausted. Cities lay in ruins. Millions were displaced. Nations struggled to rebuild economies and political systems from ashes. In that atmosphere, the camps were both undeniable and unbearable. People wanted to move forward. They wanted distance from the smoke, from the tunnels, from the skeletal faces that had shocked Allied soldiers in 1945. Ebensee stood in a quiet valley beneath the Austrian mountains. The tunnels still cut into stone. Barracks remained. Watchtowers cast long shadows over empty ground. Yet for many locals, daily life resumed with unsettling speed. Fields were planted. Shops reopened. Roads were repaired. The campgrounds did not speak on their own. Survivors, scattered across Europe, North America, and beyond, carried the burden of remembering. Many were physically weakened for years. Some never fully recovered from the effects of starvation and forced labor. Others struggled with nightmares, with the echo of guards' boots in their minds, with the suffocating darkness of the tunnels returning whenever they closed their eyes. And yet they spoke. Memoirs began to appear. Testimonies were recorded by historians and early Holocaust documentation projects. Survivors described the tunnel shifts, the collapsing bodies, the starvation rations that turned men into shadows. They wrote about solidarity, about sharing crumbs, whispering encouragement, smuggling news between barracks. These accounts preserved what the SS had tried to erase. But memory faced resistance. In post-war Austria, the narrative of national identity often emphasized victimhood, the claim that Austria had been annexed and oppressed by Nazi Germany rather than fully complicit in its crimes. This framing complicated discussions about camps located on Austrian soil. Ebensee, as a subcamp of Mauthausen, forced uncomfortable questions. Who had worked in nearby factories? Who had supplied materials? Who had seen prisoners march through town? The camp had not existed in total isolation from civilian life. In the 1950s and 1960s, public commemoration of Nazi crimes progressed unevenly. Some memorial sites were established. Others were neglected or minimally marked. Economic recovery and Cold War politics often overshadowed sustained engagement with the past. For many years, the tunnels beneath Ebensee remained largely inaccessible. Dangerous, unstable, and partially sealed. Nature began reclaiming the campgrounds. Grass grew where barracks once stood. Weather wore down concrete. Yet survivors returned. Annual commemorations slowly emerged. Former prisoners traveled long distances to stand once more before the mountain. They brought children and grandchildren. They pointed to specific areas and said, "Here, this is where we worked. This is where we slept. This is where they beat us." Their presence transformed empty ground into testimony. As Holocaust scholarship expanded in the 1970s and 1980s, Ebensee gained greater recognition within the broader history of forced labor camps. Researchers analyzed production records, linking the tunnels to the Nazi war economy. They traced how labor from Mauthausen and its subcamps had fueled aircraft assembly, armaments manufacturing, and other military projects. The camp was no longer seen only as a site of suffering, but as part of an integrated system, a network where ideology and industry converged. Educational initiatives followed. Students visited the site. Exhibitions displayed photographs, documents, and survivor accounts. The tunnels, once instruments of secrecy, became objects of historical inquiry. Guided tours explained how prisoners had carved chambers into stone under impossible quotas. Visitors learned that the mountain had been intended as a fortress for production, a way to protect weapons manufacturing from Allied bombing. Instead, it became a monument to moral collapse. Chapter 6, Segment 3, is about the tension between forgetting and remembering. For survivors, memory was not optional. It was survival extended into language. To speak about Ebensee was to prevent it from dissolving into abstraction. It was to insist that the men who died in the tunnels had names, faces, and histories beyond prisoner numbers. For societies, memory required choice. To acknowledge that a system of forced labor operated with bureaucratic precision. To admit that economic ambition had intertwined with dehumanization. To teach future generations not only what happened, but how it happened. Ebensee's story complicates simplistic narratives. It was not primarily a gas chamber camp. It was not designed for immediate extermination on arrival. Instead, it reveals how death can be structured through attrition, through calculated deprivation, impossible labor, and the quiet assumption that certain lives are expendable. This form of violence can be harder to recognize because it hides within routine. Production targets, work shifts, administrative memos. The men who oversaw these systems often wore uniforms and spoke in procedural language. Yet the outcome was measured in graves. Today, the memorial at Ebensee stands as both marker and warning. The remaining structures, foundations, crematorium remnants, parts of the camp perimeter, ground the history in physical reality. The tunnels, though not fully accessible, remain beneath the mountain as silent witnesses. Commemorative ceremonies bring together survivors' families, historians, students, and local residents. Speeches emphasize responsibility. Wreaths are laid. Names are read aloud. The landscape has changed since 1945, but the past remains embedded in it. Memory is not about reliving horror for its own sake. It is about understanding the mechanisms that allowed it to occur. Ebensee demonstrates that genocide does not rely solely on overt spectacle. It can operate through ordinary structures, through factories, payroll systems, and transportation schedules, when ideology removes moral restraint. As time passes, direct witnesses grow fewer. The responsibility to remember transfers to archives, to educators, to communities willing to confront their own history honestly. The mountain still stands. The tunnels still exist. The story continues to be told. Ebensee was built to hide labor inside stone and bury suffering beneath secrecy. But the attempt failed. Through testimony, trial records, and sustained remembrance, the camp endures in historical consciousness. Not as rumor, not as myth, but as documented truth. And in that truth lies its final transformation, from instrument of terror to site of warning. Memory, carried forward, becomes resistance against repetition. Chapter 7, Segment 1. Collapse of the Reich, chaos inside the tunnels. By early 1945, the war was no longer a distant rumor carried in whispers between barracks. It was audible. It was visible. It was approaching. The Allied armies were advancing from the west. The Soviet forces were pushing relentlessly from the east. Cities that once symbolized Nazi power were falling. Supply lines fractured. Railways were bombed. Communication faltered. Yet inside Ebensee, the routine of forced labor continued as if collapse were only theoretical. The mountain still demanded output. Even as Germany's military position deteriorated, the regime clung to the belief that secret underground production could prolong the war. The tunnels at Ebensee were not abandoned. If anything, pressure intensified. Guards shouted more. Quotas increased. Prisoners were driven harder into exhaustion. The contradiction was stark. A regime visibly disintegrating, yet still determined to extract every possible ounce of labor from men who were barely alive. Food rations, already insufficient, shrank further. Transportation networks were disrupted, meaning supplies arrived irregularly or not at all. Starvation deepened. Prisoners who had survived years of forced labor now faced accelerated physical collapse. Bodies that had endured quarries, tunnels, beatings, and disease began to fail more rapidly. Barracks designed for limited numbers became dangerously overcrowded as evacuation transports from other camps began arriving. This was the beginning of the end-phase catastrophe. As Allied forces liberated camps across the Reich, the SS evacuated prisoners westward to prevent them from being freed. Columns of starving men were marched across long distances in brutal conditions. Those who could not keep pace were shot or left behind. Others were packed into open freight cars with little food or water. Some of those transports reached Ebensee. Suddenly, a camp already stretched beyond capacity absorbed thousands more. Men arrived skeletal, frostbitten, diseased. They brought with them stories from camps farther east. Tales of liquidation, of hurried executions, of burning documents and destroyed facilities. Within Ebensee's perimeter, despair thickened. Typhus spread quickly in overcrowded barracks where sanitation had broken down almost entirely. Water supplies faltered. Latrines overflowed. The smell of sickness mixed with the persistent dust from the tunnels. Guards grew increasingly unpredictable, some brutal in their frustration, others distracted, sensing the regime's fragility. Rumors circulated daily. The Americans are close. The SS will kill us all before they leave. The tunnels are being prepared for destruction. Fear took multiple forms. Some prisoners feared immediate massacre. Others feared being marched away into unknown terrain, too weak to survive another transfer. The SS leadership at Ebensee faced a dilemma mirrored across the collapsing camp system: how to maintain control as the state itself unraveled. Orders from higher command grew contradictory. Some directives demanded continued production at all costs. Others emphasized evacuation. Communication lines were unreliable. Officers improvised. Improvisation within a system built on cruelty often meant escalation. Executions increased in frequency during these final months. Prisoners accused of sabotage or minor infractions were punished severely. The regime's instinct, even in collapse, was repression. Yet beneath this tightening grip, something else was forming. Prisoner networks, which had existed quietly for years, began to organize more deliberately. Political prisoners, many with experience in underground resistance movements before their imprisonment, recognized the fragile moment. They understood that chaos could create opportunity. Secret committees formed within barracks. Information was exchanged discreetly. Some prisoners managed to track the movement of Allied forces through fragments of news overheard from guards or gleaned from new arrivals. The goal was simple but enormous: survive until liberation without triggering mass retaliation. This required discipline. Prisoner leaders urged others to avoid provocation. They discouraged spontaneous uprisings that could lead to massacre. They organized internal distribution of scarce food to prioritize the weakest. They attempted to maintain minimal order within barracks where disease and panic threatened collapse. In the tunnels, labor continued under fading authority. Guards who once projected absolute control now displayed uncertainty. Some officers burned papers. Others prepared vehicles for possible escape. A few attempted to distance themselves from overt brutality, sensing future accountability. But brutality did not disappear. Starvation deaths rose sharply in early 1945. The crematorium could not keep pace. Corpses accumulated in barracks and open spaces, waiting for disposal. Survivors later described stepping over bodies on their way to roll call, an experience both numbing and surreal. The tunnels themselves became more ominous. Prisoners feared that the SS might seal entrances and leave them inside, burying witnesses beneath the mountain. Whispers about explosives circulated. Every shift underground carried additional anxiety. Above ground, the natural world seemed indifferent. Snow melted. Spring approached. The mountains remained silent. Yet inside the camp, tension vibrated constantly. April 1945 arrived. Allied artillery could sometimes be heard in the distance. The front lines were moving rapidly. German units retreated through nearby areas. Refugees clogged roads. The illusion of permanence that had surrounded the camp for years dissolved almost overnight. SS personnel began destroying certain records. Some officers fled. Others stayed, uncertain where to go. The command structure fractured. Within prisoner ranks, resolve strengthened. Secret committees prepared contingency plans. If guards attempted mass execution, prisoners would resist. If the SS abandoned the camp, internal order would be maintained to prevent chaos. They knew that disease could spread uncontrollably if discipline collapsed. Hope became dangerous but unavoidable. For years, survival had meant enduring one day at a time. Now, survival meant bridging the gap between collapse and liberation. The final days inside Ebensee were not marked by a single dramatic battle. They were defined by uncertainty, by suspended violence, by the fragile balance between destruction and escape. The regime that had built the tunnels was imploding. But the men inside those tunnels still had to endure the last stretch. And history, once again, hinged on whether they could survive long enough for the outside world to reach them. Chapter 7, Segment 2. The Death Marches and the Final Evacuations. As April 1945 deepened and the Reich collapsed in every direction, the SS turned to a policy that had already reshaped the final months of countless camps across Europe. Evacuation. Liberation was no longer an abstract possibility. It was imminent. And for the Nazi authorities, the presence of thousands of living witnesses inside Ebensee posed a threat. The decision was simple in intention, catastrophic in execution. Prisoners would not be left behind. Columns began forming at dawn. Weak, skeletal men were assembled in ranks and forced toward the gates. They were told they were being transferred. Some believed they were marching to another labor site. Others understood the truth. This was another death march. The roads around Ebensee, like those across Bavaria and Austria, became pathways of exhaustion. Prisoners were driven forward for hours, sometimes days, with almost no food. Guards walked beside them, rifles ready. Anyone who stumbled too long, anyone who could not rise after collapsing, risked being shot and left where he fell. Survivors later recalled that the ground itself seemed lined with bodies, evidence of earlier evacuations from other camps. The regime was dissolving, but its reflex of cruelty remained intact. Back inside Ebensee, not all prisoners were marched out. The camp's overcrowding had become so extreme, and the administrative confusion so severe, that complete evacuation proved impossible.
Transport stalled.
Rail lines were damaged. Military units retreated unpredictably. Orders contradicted one another. The result was fragmentation. Some SS guards escorted columns away from the camp, disappearing along forest roads. Others returned alone, having abandoned groups or merged with retreating military units. Still others remained inside the camp perimeter, unsure whether to continue control or prepare their own escape. The atmosphere shifted daily. One morning, roll call would proceed with rigid formality. The next, guards might appear disorganized, distracted, arguing among themselves. Gunfire could echo from distant roads. Smoke rose from villages as retreating German units destroyed supplies. Within the camp, conditions worsened sharply. Those too weak to march remained behind in overcrowded barracks, many suffering from advanced malnutrition, dysentery, and typhus. Water supplies were unreliable. Food rations had nearly vanished. Bread portions, once thin, became fragments. Soup turned to colored water. Corpses lay unattended for longer periods. Prisoners tasked with removal could barely lift the dead. In some barracks, survivors shared bunks with bodies overnight, too weak to move them until morning. Disease spread rapidly in these final weeks, compounding starvation. The crematorium functioned sporadically. Fuel shortages limited operations. As the machinery faltered, burial pits were sometimes used instead. The camp had become a landscape of waiting, waiting for collapse, waiting for rescue, waiting for death. Yet amid this deterioration, internal prisoner organization intensified. Resistance committees had anticipated this moment. Political prisoners, especially those with prior experience in underground movements, understood that the most dangerous period of any camp was its final phase. Panic among guards could trigger massacre. Abandonment without coordination could lead to chaos and disease spiraling out of control. Quietly, prisoner leaders positioned themselves to assume control if the SS withdrew. They mapped the barracks population. They identified those with medical training. They designated individuals to monitor remaining guards. Communication spread through whispers and signals, never openly, never dramatically, but persistently. The goal was not rebellion for spectacle. It was survival through structure. Outside the wire, the war's end accelerated. American forces advanced through Austria, moving rapidly after crossing into German-held territory. Reports reached the camp indirectly, from passing civilians, from abandoned guard posts, from distant artillery rumblings. Each sound from beyond the hills felt amplified. Inside Ebensee, tension thickened with uncertainty. Would the SS execute remaining prisoners before fleeing? Would they blow up the tunnels? Would they simply disappear? There were moments when violence flared. Isolated shootings occurred. Guards sometimes lashed out unpredictably. But the sweeping, organized extermination that many prisoners feared did not fully materialize. Partly, this was due to logistical collapse. Partly, it was due to the speed of Allied advance. And partly, it was because the SS command structure itself had begun to fracture beyond repair. By late April, guard numbers inside the camp visibly diminished. Some SS personnel discarded uniforms. Others attempted to blend into retreating military units. A few tried to destroy remaining documents or hide evidence within the camp administration buildings. The tunnels, once a symbol of the regime's ambition, now stood eerily silent during certain hours. Production had slowed dramatically. Machinery idled. The vast underground spaces that had consumed so many lives no longer echoed with full work crews. Prisoners sensed the shift. Hope, however, remained cautious. Too many had survived previous rumors of liberation that proved false. Too many had seen last-minute massacres in other camps. Even in the regime's final hours, cruelty had not entirely ceased. Then came days when guards simply did not appear for roll call. Barrack doors remained locked longer than usual, not from authority, but from absence. Watchtowers stood occupied but quiet. Gunfire sounded farther away, no longer from within camp boundaries but from distant roads. The vacuum of power widened. In this fragile interval, prisoner committees moved more openly. They coordinated distribution of remaining food. They reassured the weakest that liberation was near. They prepared to prevent looting or internal violence if the SS abandoned the camp completely. The death marches had drained many away. Those who remained were often the sickest, the weakest, or those too integral to tunnel operations to be removed quickly. They were also the closest to freedom. By the first days of May 1945, the Reich that had built Ebensee existed only in fragments.
Berlin was collapsing.
Hitler was dead. German military units were surrendering across fronts. But inside the camp, survival still demanded endurance through each hour. The guards were thinning. The machinery had slowed. The mountain tunnels stood half abandoned. And somewhere beyond the hills, Allied forces were approaching, unaware, perhaps, of the full scale of what they were about to uncover. The death marches had carried thousands away from Ebensee, but those left behind would soon witness something no prisoner had seen since arrival. The gates opening, not for transport, not for labor, but for liberation. Chapter 7, Segment 3. Liberation. The day the gates opened. On May 6, 1945, the waiting ended. For days, rumors had traveled through the barracks like fragile threads of light. Guards had vanished from certain posts. SS officers were seen burning documents. Distant artillery rolled across the mountains like a storm that refused to break. No one trusted hope anymore. Hope had betrayed too many before. Then, sometime in the afternoon, the sound changed. It was not the sharp crack of rifle fire or the barked commands of guards. It was the rumble of engines unfamiliar to the camp. Vehicles approached from the road that wound down toward Ebensee. Prisoners near the perimeter froze, unsure whether this meant evacuation, execution, or something unimaginable. American troops entered the camp. The soldiers of the 80th Infantry Division did not arrive expecting what they found. Like many Allied units advancing through Austria and Germany, they had been briefed about forced labor camps. They anticipated prisoners, perhaps underfed, perhaps confined. What they encountered was devastation beyond preparation. Men emerged from barracks in striped uniforms that hung from skeletal frames. Faces were hollow, eyes sunken deep into skin pulled tight against bone. Some prisoners attempted to stand at attention out of habit. Others collapsed from the effort. Many simply stared, unable to process that the figures in unfamiliar uniforms were not another rotation of guards. The gates were open. Watchtowers stood abandoned. Barbed wire still cut through the landscape, but the authority behind it had evaporated. A few SS personnel had fled only hours earlier. Others had discarded insignia and disappeared into surrounding forests. Inside the camp, death lingered everywhere. Barracks were packed with men too weak to move. The sick lay side by side with the dying. The smell of disease and decay filled the air. Piles of bodies remained in corners where they had been placed during the final days when removal was impossible. American soldiers moved cautiously at first, weapons raised, uncertain whether resistance remained. When it became clear the SS had fled, their focus shifted rapidly to survival. Not military survival, but humanitarian emergency. They distributed food carefully, though not yet fully aware of the dangers of refeeding severely starved bodies too quickly. Medical units were called forward. Supplies were requested. Communication lines buzzed as officers reported what they had found. Some soldiers wept openly. Others grew silent, stunned by the scale of human destruction in a place that, from the outside, resembled an industrial facility carved into a quiet mountainside. For the prisoners, liberation arrived in fragments. Some rushed forward, embracing liberators with desperate gratitude. Others remained cautious, afraid that sudden joy might dissolve into punishment. Many were too weak to move at all. Freedom meant little if the body could no longer respond. In the tunnels beneath the mountain, darkness still clung to machinery and half-finished production lines. These vast underground halls, once filled with forced labor crews, now stood as hollow monuments to a collapsing regime. Allied personnel would later descend into these tunnels, documenting the infrastructure that had been sustained by exhaustion and terror. Above ground, order had to be rebuilt quickly. Disease remained a threat. Typhus and dysentery had spread widely during the final weeks. The camp's sanitation systems had broken down. American medics established quarantine zones. They organized emergency hospitals in nearby facilities. German civilians from surrounding towns were compelled to assist in burial and sanitation efforts. a confrontation with the consequences of a system many had claimed not to see. In the days following liberation, scenes of emotional intensity unfolded across the camp. Men who had survived years of imprisonment sat in stunned silence, unable to cry. Others spoke rapidly, recounting names of the dead as if afraid they might vanish again. Some searched desperately for friends from other barracks, only to discover they had perished in the final weeks or been driven away on death marches. Freedom did not erase loss. For many prisoners, liberation was followed by another battle, survival beyond the camp. Bodies weakened by years of starvation struggled to process nourishment. Infections overwhelmed immune systems. Even after the gates opened, men continued to die in medical tents, their liberation measured in hours rather than years. Yet life returned slowly. Prisoners organized committees to document names and nationalities. Flags were improvised from scraps of cloth to mark different groups. Political prisoners who had formed underground networks now stepped into open leadership roles, coordinating communication with Allied authorities. The transformation was subtle but profound. Where once roll calls had counted bodies for labor quotas, now lists were compiled to identify survivors. Where once tunnels consumed men into darkness, now sunlight returned without permission. The camp that had functioned as a machine of attrition had ceased operating. Photographs taken in the days after May 6th captured the contradictions of liberation. Skeletal figures smiling faintly, soldiers distributing rations, rows of barracks standing quiet against alpine scenery that seemed indifferent to what had unfolded there. Ebensee was no longer a secret subcamp of a larger killing system. It had become evidence. American military investigators began collecting documents left behind by fleeing SS officers. Testimonies were recorded. Names of perpetrators were compiled. The machinery of justice, imperfect, incomplete but determined, began to turn. For survivors, the future remained uncertain. Many had no homes to return to. Families had vanished. Countries had been reshaped by war. Liberation was not an ending but a threshold into displacement, recovery, and memory. Still, something irreversible had occurred. The gates had opened. The mountain that had echoed with forced labor and muffled commands now heard a different sound. Human voices speaking without fear of immediate punishment. The tunnels that had symbolized death through labor now stood as silent witnesses to a system that had devoured thousands and then collapsed under its own brutality. Ebensee did not disappear after liberation. It became part of a larger reckoning, one thread in the vast network of camps tied to Mauthausen, and through it to the architecture of the Holocaust. The dead could not walk through the gates, but the living did, and with them, the story traveled beyond the barbed wire, into courts, into history, and into memory. Liberation did not undo what had happened, but it ensured that the mountain would never again belong only to silence. Chapter 8, Segment 1. Aftermath. Survival beyond the gates. When the gates of Ebensee opened on May 6, 1945, liberation did not arrive as a clean break between suffering and safety. It arrived as confusion, weakness, and the slow realization that the system which had governed every breath was gone. The SS had fled. The guards were no longer shouting. The roll calls had stopped, but the men inside the camp were still starving, still sick, still haunted by years that could not be undone in a single afternoon. Freedom, for many, began on the ground. Thousands of prisoners were too weak to stand when American forces entered. Years of malnutrition had reduced bodies to bone and skin. Muscles had wasted away from starvation rations and relentless labor inside the tunnels. Many lay in barracks stacked 3 levels high, staring at ceilings they had memorized in despair. When told they were free, some did not respond. The word had no immediate meaning when the body could barely lift a hand. American medical units quickly understood that Ebensee was not merely a liberated camp. It was a humanitarian emergency. Field hospitals were established. Tents were erected. Doctors and nurses confronted conditions that defied conventional treatment. Severe malnutrition required careful feeding. Too much food too quickly could cause fatal shock. Rations had to be controlled, even when starving men begged desperately for bread. Typhus remained a constant threat. Lice had spread disease unchecked during the final months when overcrowding reached catastrophic levels. Quarantine zones were marked out. Barracks were disinfected. Clothing was burned. Survivors were shaved, bathed, and wrapped in clean blankets. Small gestures that felt almost ceremonial after years of degradation. For the first time in years, prisoners slept without fear of sudden inspection. Yet rest did not bring peace. Nightmares continued. Men woke shouting commands they had once obeyed. Some believed the guards would return. Others feared being moved again, unable to trust that this stillness would last. The psychological weight of imprisonment did not dissolve with liberation. It lingered in reflexes, in posture, in the way eyes scanned doorways for authority that was no longer there. Beyond the camp, the war was nearing its end. Germany had surrendered days later on May 8th. Europe's battlefields fell silent, but inside Ebensee, the consequences of those battles remained painfully visible. Survivors from dozens of nations found themselves together in a place that no longer held them captive but still defined their immediate reality. Questions surfaced quickly. Where would they go? For some political prisoners from Western Europe, repatriation would begin within weeks. For others, especially Jewish survivors from Eastern Europe, there was no clear destination. Homes had been destroyed. Families had been murdered. Borders were unstable. Liberation created a new identity: displaced person. Allied authorities established displaced persons camps across occupied Germany and Austria. Many former prisoners from Ebensee would eventually move to these temporary communities. There, they would await transportation, search for relatives, and decide whether to return to homelands that had been irrevocably changed. In the days immediately following liberation, another transformation occurred inside the camp itself. Prisoner committees that had operated secretly under SS control now functioned openly. Political prisoners who had organized resistance networks stepped forward to assist Allied administrators. They translated between languages. They helped identify national groups. They recorded names of the dead and the living, determined to restore identities that the camp system had attempted to erase. Documentation became urgent. American investigators photographed the barracks, the crematoria remnants, the tunnels. They cataloged documents left behind by fleeing officers. They interviewed survivors about daily routines, forced labor quotas, beatings, executions, and the catastrophic final months when starvation had accelerated. Ebensee, once hidden as a subcamp focused on underground armaments production, was now evidence. Local civilians from nearby towns were brought into the camp under Allied orders. They were shown the barracks. They were instructed to assist with burials and sanitation. Confrontation replaced denial. The proximity of the camp to surrounding communities made ignorance difficult to sustain. Meanwhile, the tunnels beneath the mountain drew attention. Allied forces descended into the vast underground halls carved by prisoner labor. What they found was not only unfinished weapons production but a monument to forced labor on an industrial scale. The scale of excavation, kilometers of reinforced chambers, testified to how central these sites had become to the Nazi war economy. The men who had carved those tunnels now stood outside them, free but permanently marked by the work that had nearly destroyed them. Survival stories emerged gradually. Some prisoners had survived by sharing crumbs, trading skills, or securing slightly less punishing work assignments. Others survived through sheer luck, transferred at the right moment, spared during a selection, hidden by fellow inmates during chaotic evacuations. Every survival carried the shadow of those who had not endured. Grief surfaced in waves. Lists of the dead were compiled. Names were spoken aloud. In makeshift memorials, prisoners gathered to honor those who had collapsed on the stairway of death at Mauthausen, those who had suffocated in sealed transports, those who had died in the tunnels of Ebensee during the final starvation period. Liberation made remembrance possible, but it also forced confrontation with loss. In the weeks that followed, the physical landscape of the camp began to change. Some structures were dismantled. Others were repurposed temporarily. The barbed wire remained for a time, but its meaning had shifted. It no longer signified imprisonment. It marked a site of testimony. Trials would follow. Evidence gathered at camps like Ebensee would contribute to post-war prosecutions. Commandants, guards, and administrators would face charges. Some would be convicted and executed. Others would receive prison sentences. Many, however, would evade accountability, blending into post-war society. Justice, like liberation, was incomplete. For survivors, rebuilding life required decisions that felt overwhelming. Some returned to cities where no one remained to greet them. Others emigrated to the United States, Canada, Palestine, Australia, carrying with them the memory of a mountain where death had been scheduled by the hour. Ebensee did not end on May 6, 1945. Its story moved outward, into courtrooms, into memoirs, into classrooms decades later. The camp that had once been a hidden industrial appendage of Mauthausen became part of the documented record of how forced labor, starvation, and bureaucratic cruelty operated together. Liberation was not an erasure of suffering. It was the beginning of testimony. And as the men of Ebensee stepped beyond the gates, some walking, some carried, they carried with them proof that the system had failed in one crucial respect. It had not succeeded in erasing every witness. The tunnels remained. The mountain remained. But the silence was broken. Chapter 8, Segment 2. Witnesses, Trials, and the Burden of Testimony. In the weeks after liberation, Ebensee entered a new phase, one defined not by forced labor but by evidence. The camp had been built to serve the Reich in secrecy, its tunnels hidden inside the mountains of Austria, its prisoners registered as numbers rather than names. But now the machinery of concealment was over. The guards had fled. The paperwork lay abandoned. And the survivors, skeletal but alive, became the central proof that what had happened here was real. Allied investigators moved quickly. Photographers documented every corner of the camp. Barracks were recorded as they had been found. Overcrowded, filthy, layered with straw and rags. The cremation facilities were examined. Personal belongings were catalogued. Lists of prisoners were recovered, incomplete and chaotic, reflecting the disorder of the final months. The tunnels themselves were explored in detail, revealing the immense scale of excavation carried out under starvation conditions. What investigators saw beneath the mountain confirmed what survivors had described. Ebensee was not merely a labor camp. It was a site where industrial ambition and human expendability converged. The underground halls had been designed to protect aircraft production from Allied bombing. But the human cost of carving those halls was immeasurable. Thousands had died not from direct execution, but from exhaustion, disease, and deprivation, deaths engineered through policy rather than gunfire. Survivor testimony became essential. Men who had once whispered their experiences in fear now spoke openly to Allied officers, journalists, and later to prosecutors. They described the daily roll calls that lasted for hours in freezing temperatures. They described beatings in the tunnels, where guards enforced quotas with rifle butts and boots. They described the final weeks of starvation, when food rations collapsed and bodies accumulated faster than they could be removed. Some testimonies were delivered in steady voices. Others broke under emotion. Many survivors struggled to articulate what years inside the camp had done to them, not only physically, but psychologically. The language of ordinary life felt inadequate to describe a system designed to reduce existence to endurance. As evidence gathered, legal proceedings began to take shape. The broader Mauthausen trials, conducted by American military tribunals, included crimes committed at Ebensee and its associated subcamps. Former SS officers and guards were arrested, interrogated, and charged with war crimes. Survivors were called to testify. For many, returning to recount events in a formal courtroom setting meant reopening wounds that had not yet begun to heal. The trials revealed the structure of responsibility. Commandants claimed they had followed orders. Guards argued they had feared punishment if they refused to comply. Bureaucrats insisted they had handled paperwork, not violence. Yet the evidence demonstrated how each role, from administrator to overseer, had contributed to a system where suffering was routine and death was predictable. Several defendants were convicted and sentenced to death or long prison terms. Others received lighter sentences. Some were acquitted due to insufficient evidence. The outcomes varied, reflecting both the scale of crimes and the challenges of reconstructing events from fragmented records. Justice, though visible, felt uneven. For survivors, the trials provided acknowledgement, a public recognition that what had occurred inside Ebensee was criminal, not incidental. But no sentence could restore lost years or resurrect the dead. The courtroom became a space where memory confronted denial, where survivors faced the men who had once controlled their survival. Outside the trials, the camp itself underwent transformation. Ebensee did not vanish after liberation. The site remained a physical reminder of the war's hidden infrastructure. Over time, portions of the camp were dismantled or repurposed. Some buildings deteriorated. Others were preserved. The tunnels, once engines of forced labor, stood as hollow chambers within the mountain, silent witnesses to what had been done inside them. Commemoration evolved gradually. In the immediate post-war years, attention focused primarily on rebuilding Europe. But as decades passed, survivors and historians worked to ensure that Ebensee would not fade into obscurity. Memorial plaques were installed. Annual remembrance ceremonies were organized. Names of the dead were researched and inscribed, restoring individuality to those whom the camp had reduced to numbers. The narrative of Ebensee also expanded through memoirs. Former prisoners wrote accounts of their experiences, some published widely, others circulated in small communities. These memoirs preserved details that official documents could not capture. The texture of hunger, the smell of damp stone, the sound of coughing in overcrowded barracks. Through personal testimony, the camp became more than statistics. It became human memory. Yet memory faced challenges. As time passed, denial and distortion emerged in some corners of public discourse. Survivors responded with renewed determination, speaking in schools, participating in interviews, and supporting archival research. They understood that testimony was not only about the past. It was about preventing repetition. The burden of testimony was heavy. To speak about Ebensee meant revisiting fear and degradation. It meant describing moments when survival required moral compromises, taking a slightly better work assignment while others suffered, accepting extra bread while someone else starved. Survivors carried not only trauma, but guilt, the complex emotion of having lived when so many did not. And yet they spoke, because silence, they knew, had once enabled the system to operate. The camp's geographic isolation had concealed it during the war. But after liberation, isolation became impossible. Photographs circulated globally, Reports reached newspapers. The name Ebensee entered historical records alongside Mauthausen, Gusen, and other camps within the network. For the surrounding Austrian communities, the post-war years required confrontation. Some residents claimed ignorance. Others acknowledged having heard rumors. Allied authorities insisted that local civilians participate in burial efforts and witness the conditions inside the camp. This forced proximity disrupted narratives of distance. The camp had not existed in abstraction. It had stood within visible range of civilian life. As Austria rebuilt, debates emerged about responsibility and memory. Over time, public education programs incorporated the history of camps like Ebensee into national discourse. Museums and memorial sites sought to contextualize the camp within the broader structure of Nazi forced labor and extermination. By the late 20th century, Ebensee was recognized not merely as a subcamp, but as a central example of how the Nazi regime weaponized labor. Historians emphasized its role in the underground production network, linking industrial ambition to systemic cruelty. The tunnels remained the most striking symbol. Visitors who walked into the vast underground chambers encountered cool air and silence, a stark contrast to the noise and suffering that once filled the space. Guides explained how prisoners carved these halls by hand, under conditions designed to break them. The emptiness of the tunnels underscored the presence of absence. Thousands who had entered but never left. Chapter 8, then, is not only about trials and documentation. It is about transformation, how a site of oppression became a site of evidence, how victims became witnesses, how silence gave way to recorded memory. Ebensee did not disappear after 1945. It shifted from secrecy to testimony. And through the voices of those who survived, the camp's story entered history, not as rumor, not as fragment, but as documented truth carried forward by those who endured it. Chapter 8, Segment 3. Memory, Denial, and the Long Shadow of the Tunnels. When the guns fell silent and the war formally ended, Ebensee did not simply become a historical footnote. It became something more complex, a place suspended between memory and forgetting, between testimony and denial. The barbed wire no longer cut into human skin. The guards no longer shouted orders. But the question remained, what would the world do with a place like this? In the immediate aftermath of liberation, survival itself dominated attention. The former prisoners who had strength returned to their home countries, France, Poland, the Soviet Union, Hungary, Italy, Spain, and many others. Some found their families gone. Some found cities in ruins. Others returned to nations reshaped by shifting borders and political upheaval. Ebensee became one stop in a larger story of displacement and reconstruction. For those who could not return home, the future was uncertain. Many survivors emigrated to the United States, to Canada, to Israel, to Australia, carrying with them fragments of memory that no document could fully contain. In new languages and new cities, they rebuilt lives while carrying the weight of underground tunnels carved from stone. Yet memory did not unfold evenly. In the early post-war decades, global attention often focused on more infamous names: Auschwitz, Treblinka, Dachau. Ebensee, as a subcamp of Mauthausen, risked being overshadowed. Its story was embedded within a larger network, and the specific horror of the tunnel labor camps sometimes faded into broader narratives of Nazi crimes. But for survivors, there was no fading. Reunions were organized. Associations were formed. Former prisoners returned to Austria in small groups, walking again through spaces where they had once marched under guard. The experience was disorienting. Forests had regrown. Buildings had changed. Civilian life had resumed. The physical landscape seemed calm, but memory refused to quiet itself. Commemoration began slowly. Memorial markers were placed. Ceremonies were held annually in May to mark liberation. Names were read aloud. Flags from different countries stood side by side, representing the diverse origins of those imprisoned there. What had once been a site of forced multinational labor became a site of shared remembrance. The tunnels themselves posed a challenge. What should be done with a space built through suffering? Some argued for complete preservation, to keep the chambers intact as evidence. Others questioned how to maintain vast underground halls safely for visitors. Over time, guided access was allowed in certain sections, transforming the tunnels into educational spaces. Walking inside them is different from reading about them. The air remains cool. Sound echoes softly. The sheer scale of excavation becomes visible in the carved walls. It is difficult to imagine men chiseling through rock for 12 hours a day while starving. Yet the physical dimensions make denial impossible. The tunnels are not metaphor. They are measurable. And still, denial exists. As decades passed and eyewitnesses aged, some individuals and groups attempted to minimize or distort the history of camps like Ebensee. They questioned numbers. They shifted blame. They reframed forced labor as merely harsh wartime conditions. Such narratives rely on distance, on the fading of living memory. That is why testimony matters. Survivors spoke not only to recount suffering, but to anchor facts in lived experience. They described the way granite dust coated their lungs. They described the collapsing bodies in the tunnels. They described the hunger that blurred thought and the constant fear of punishment for failing to meet impossible quotas. Their words countered abstraction. Historians joined this effort by preserving records, cross-referencing documents, and publishing research that situated Ebensee within the broader system of Nazi forced labor. The camp was not an isolated cruelty. It was part of a deliberate strategy to harness human beings as expendable resources in the service of war production. Education became central. School groups began visiting the memorial site. Guides explained not only what happened at Ebensee, but how it happened, how ideology translated into policy, how companies contracted with the SS, how administrative language disguised brutality. The story of the camp became a lesson in systems, not only in individual acts. The Austrian community surrounding Ebensee also evolved in its relationship to the site. In the early years, some residents preferred silence. The camp was associated with shame and external scrutiny. Over time, however, local engagement increased. Civic leaders participated in remembrance events. Historical societies documented regional involvement. Public acknowledgement replaced defensive distance. This shift did not erase complexity. Questions of responsibility, knowledge, and complicity remained sensitive. But open dialogue marked a departure from post-war avoidance. The camp's existence could not be undone, could only be confronted. As the 20th century turned into the 21st, the number of living survivors declined. Their voices, once immediate and direct, became recorded archives. Interviews preserved in video, memoirs stored in libraries, oral histories digitized for future generations. The responsibility for memory shifted. No longer carried primarily by those who had endured Ebensee, it moved into the hands of educators, historians, and younger generations. The tunnels, the barracks foundations, the memorial stones. These became anchors for a story that must be retold without the presence of those who lived it. Ebensee's legacy extends beyond its fences. It demonstrates how industrial ambition can intersect with ideological cruelty. It shows how bureaucratic systems can normalize exploitation. It reveals how labor, something often associated with productivity and dignity, can be weaponized into a method of slow annihilation. The camp also stands as evidence of survival. Not only physical survival, but moral endurance. Prisoners formed quiet networks of support. They shared information. They preserved fragments of identity in conditions designed to erase it. After liberation, many chose to speak publicly despite the pain of remembering. In this way, Ebensee became more than a site of death. It became a site of witness. Today, when visitors stand at the entrance to the former campgrounds, they see open space where barracks once stood. Grass covers areas where thousands struggled to remain alive. The calm landscape contrasts sharply with the history embedded beneath it. But the calm is not emptiness. It is the quiet of acknowledgement. Chapter 8, Segment 3 closes not with finality, but with continuity. Ebensee's story does not end in 1945. It continues in archives, in classrooms, in annual ceremonies, and in the careful preservation of a site once intended to operate unseen. The Nazis built Ebensee to serve a war economy and to conceal suffering inside mountains of stone. They did not anticipate that the tunnels would endure as testimony. And in that endurance lies the camp's lasting message. Systems built on dehumanization may operate with precision, but they cannot erase truth forever. The mountain remains, and so does the memory of those who carved it with their lives. Chapter 9, Segment 1. The Death Marches, when the system began to collapse. By early 1945, the tunnels of Ebensee were no longer expanding with the same industrial rhythm. The war that had justified their construction was collapsing. Allied armies advanced from the west. The Red Army pushed relentlessly from the east. The Nazi regime, which had once projected unstoppable power, now operated in a state of desperation. And in that desperation, the camp system entered its most chaotic and lethal phase. Orders came down from Berlin and from SS command structures. Camps were not to be liberated intact. Prisoners were not to fall into Allied hands. Evidence was to be concealed where possible. Production was to continue as long as it could. If retreat became necessary, prisoners would be evacuated. Evacuation in practice meant death marches. Across occupied Europe, tens of thousands of prisoners were forced onto roads in winter and early spring. Many had already survived years of starvation and forced labor. They were skeletal, exhausted, and ill. Yet they were ordered to walk, sometimes for days, sometimes for weeks, through snow, mud, and freezing rain. Ebensee did not exist in isolation. It was part of the larger Mauthausen system. As camps in Poland and Eastern territories were dismantled under the pressure of the Red Army's advance, prisoners were transported westward. Trains arrived at Mauthausen and its subcamps packed with men who had already endured unimaginable suffering. Ebensee received many of them. The population of the camp swelled dramatically in early 1945. Barracks built for smaller numbers now housed far beyond capacity. Food supplies, already minimal, were stretched thinner. Sanitation collapsed. Disease spread rapidly. Typhus and dysentery moved through the overcrowded blocks with terrifying speed. The SS faced a paradox. They needed labor to continue underground construction and weapons production. But the arriving prisoners were often too weak to work effectively. The camp became a holding ground for human beings on the brink of death. At the same time, rumors circulated. Prisoners whispered about Allied advances. Some had heard distant artillery. Others had seen aircraft overhead. Hope and fear existed side by side. Hope that liberation might come. Fear that the SS would kill them before it did. The guards themselves sensed the shifting tide. Some became more brutal, enforcing discipline with heightened aggression. Others appeared distracted, aware that the regime they served was collapsing. Command structures grew unstable. Orders contradicted one another. The once rigid machinery of the camp system began to fracture. Yet even in collapse, the system inflicted harm. As front lines approached Austria, evacuation plans were discussed. Some prisoners were marched away from advancing forces, forced to walk despite severe weakness. Others were moved between subcamps in chaotic transfers. The roads of Bavaria and Upper Austria filled with columns of striped uniforms, guarded by armed SS men who knew the war was nearly lost. For those marching, the journey was a test of endurance beyond anything they had previously experienced. Food was scarce. Rest was minimal. Anyone who stumbled risked immediate execution. Witnesses later recalled bodies left along roadsides, shallow graves hastily dug, or no burial at all. Civilians sometimes watched from windows or doorways as columns passed, unsure how to respond in a collapsing nation. Back at Ebensee, tension grew daily. The tunnels, once symbols of industrial ambition, became symbols of uncertainty. Would the SS attempt to seal them with prisoners inside? Would they destroy evidence before fleeing? Such fears were not unfounded. In other camps, desperate acts had already occurred. Prisoners discussed possibilities quietly, often in whispers during the few moments when guards were not nearby. Small acts of solidarity reemerged. Those with slightly more strength shared crumbs of bread. Those who had knowledge of Allied movements tried to pass it discreetly. In late April 1945, the proximity of American forces became undeniable. Columns of smoke were visible on distant horizons. The sound of artillery occasionally reached the hills surrounding Ebensee. Some SS personnel began to disappear from their posts. Others destroyed documents or burned papers. The authority that had once seemed absolute was eroding. But the final days were still dangerous. As discipline faltered, unpredictability increased. Some guards threatened mass executions. Others abandoned their duties entirely. Prisoners did not know which outcome awaited them. Every hour felt suspended between survival and annihilation. Inside the camp, hunger intensified. Rations dwindled further. Disease advanced unchecked. The infirmary overflowed. Those too weak to stand lay in bunks, waiting. The once methodical schedule of work and roll call dissolved into irregularity. The camp no longer functioned efficiently. Staggered. For many prisoners, the psychological toll was immense. They had endured years of controlled brutality. Now they faced chaos, a different kind of danger. The fear of being killed in the final days, after surviving so much, was acute. And yet, beneath that fear, hope persisted. Prisoners listened for signs. Some climbed to higher points within the camp to glimpse movement beyond the fences. The knowledge that Allied forces were near created a fragile thread of expectation. The war that had shaped their imprisonment was ending. But endings are rarely clean. Chapter 9 begins in this moment of instability, when the system that built Ebensee was disintegrating, yet still capable of violence. It is a period defined not by order, but by uncertainty. The death marches, the overcrowding, the disease, the panic among guards, all reveal how the camp network responded when defeat became inevitable. The regime that had engineered forced labor in tunnels now struggled to manage its own collapse. Ebensee stood at the edge of transformation. Within days, its gates would open not by SS order, but by Allied arrival. But in these final moments before liberation, suffering did not immediately cease. Instead, it intensified in confusion. The march toward freedom was measured not in miles, but in hours, each one heavy with risk. Chapter 9 continues into that final threshold, where collapse and liberation meet. Chapter 9, Segment 2. Liberation approaches, the final days inside Ebensee. As April turned to May 1945, the rhythm of Ebensee changed completely. The whistles that once signaled work details into the tunnels became irregular. Roll calls grew shorter, sometimes chaotic. Guards who had once enforced discipline with rigid precision now argued among themselves or disappeared without explanation. The structure that had defined daily life was dissolving in real time. For the prisoners, the uncertainty was unbearable. They had survived starvation, forced labor, beatings, disease, and the suffocating darkness of underground construction. Now they faced a new question. Would they live long enough to see the end? Rumors spread quickly. Some claimed American troops were only days away. Others feared that the SS planned to blow up the tunnels and kill everyone inside to eliminate witnesses. The mountains surrounding Ebensee, once a barrier, now felt like a silent audience to whatever might come next. Inside the camp, conditions were catastrophic. Overcrowding had reached extreme levels. Transports from other camps had flooded the Mauthausen complex and its subcamps as the Nazis evacuated territories threatened by advancing armies. Many who arrived at Ebensee in these final weeks were already near death. Skeletal, feverish, barely able to stand. Barracks meant for a fraction of the population now held hundreds packed tightly together. Air was thick with illness. Lice spread unchecked. Typhus moved through blocks rapidly, cutting down men who had endured years of forced labor only to collapse at the edge of liberation. Food had nearly vanished. Rations shrank to thin soup, sometimes no more than colored water, and scraps of bread divided into impossibly small portions. Those who could still walk searched desperately for anything edible. Some traded possessions long rendered meaningless, buttons, scraps of cloth, personal tokens, for crumbs. Others simply lay still, conserving what little energy remained. The SS leadership at Ebensee faced a choice that many camps confronted in these final days. Maintain order until capture, evacuate prisoners, or destroy evidence and flee. Decisions varied from camp to camp, and often from officer to officer. At Ebensee, authority fractured. Some guards prepared to abandon the camp. Others threatened retaliation against prisoners if they attempted escape or uprising. Prisoners watched carefully, sensing that the power balance was shifting, but unsure how far. In some blocks, small acts of preparation began quietly. Prisoners discussed how to respond if the guards fled. Who would organize food distribution? Who would prevent chaos among the starving? Who would attempt to negotiate with incoming Allied forces? Years of clandestine cooperation had formed fragile networks of trust among men from different nations. These networks now mattered more than ever. Meanwhile, outside the camp, the war moved closer. American forces advanced steadily through Austria. Towns fell one after another. The collapse of Nazi command structures accelerated. Communications broke down. Units retreated without coordination. By early May, it became clear that the end was imminent. Inside Ebensee, some SS personnel burned documents. Files were destroyed. Records of labor assignments and prisoner lists disappeared into smoke. The attempt to erase traces of responsibility unfolded quickly but incompletely. There was no time for thorough concealment. The tunnels, once intended to shelter advanced weapons production from Allied bombing, stood unfinished and partially abandoned. Machinery lay idle. Tools were scattered. The grand industrial vision that had justified so much suffering ended in silence. On the morning of May 5, 1945, the atmosphere in the camp was tense beyond words. Guards were fewer in number. Some had already fled during the night. Prisoners sensed the shift immediately. Watchtowers that once loomed as symbols of control now seemed uncertain. Barbed wire still surrounded the camp, but authority within it had weakened. When American troops from the 80th Infantry Division approached Ebensee, they encountered a scene they had not fully anticipated. They had expected resistance. Instead, they found collapse. As soldiers entered the camp, they were met by prisoners who could barely stand. Skeletal figures with hollow eyes, striped uniforms hanging from emaciated frames. Some attempted to greet the liberators. Others simply stared, unable to comprehend that the moment had finally arrived. Liberation was not a single instant of celebration. It was confusion, relief, disbelief. American troops moved cautiously at first, unsure whether SS forces remained hidden. But it quickly became evident that most guards had fled. Those who remained were disarmed. Control of the camp shifted abruptly. For the prisoners, the reality of freedom was overwhelming. Some wept. Some tried to embrace the soldiers. Others were too weak to move. Years of dehumanization could not be undone in a day. Liberation did not instantly restore health or erase trauma. It marked the end of immediate captivity, but not the end of suffering. Medical teams soon confronted the scale of the crisis. Thousands of prisoners were critically ill. Typhus still spread. Malnutrition had reached lethal levels. Bodies lay in barracks and open areas where death had occurred in the final days. The camp, though no longer functioning as a labor site, remained a humanitarian emergency. American soldiers documented what they saw. Photographs were taken. Reports were written. Evidence was preserved. Ebensee, like other camps liberated in 1945, became proof, physical and undeniable, of a system that had operated in secrecy and brutality for years. The tunnels carved into the mountainside stood as silent witnesses to forced labor on a massive scale. But even as documentation began, survival remained fragile. Medical personnel faced the challenge of refeeding starving men without causing further harm. Sudden access to food could be dangerous for bodies that had endured prolonged deprivation. Treatment had to be careful, measured, systematic. The transition from prisoner to survivor was slow. For many, strength returned gradually. For others, liberation came too late. Disease and exhaustion claimed additional lives in the days following freedom. The camp did not instantly transform into a place of recovery. It became a place of reckoning. Chapter 9, Segment 2 captures this fragile threshold, the final days before liberation and the first hours after it. It reveals a system collapsing under its own weight, unable to maintain control, unable to fully conceal its crimes. Ebensee, built as a tunnel camp for war production, ended not with triumphant industry but with silence, abandonment, and testimony. The guards fled. The prisoners endured. And on May 5, 1945, the gates of Ebensee opened, not because mercy had been granted, but because the regime that built it had fallen. Chapter 9, Segment 3. After liberation, survival, testimony, and the long reckoning. Liberation did not end suffering at Ebensee, transformed it. When American troops secured the camp on May 5, 1945, they stepped into a space where the machinery of forced labor had stopped, but its consequences remained everywhere. The watchtowers still stood. The barbed wire still cut the landscape into confinement. The tunnels carved into the mountainside remained as hollow scars in the rock. But the authority that once animated them had vanished. What remained were human beings on the edge of death. Thousands of prisoners were severely malnourished. Many could not stand without support. Typhus continued to spread through overcrowded barracks that had become breeding grounds for disease. Liberation meant freedom from guards, but not immediate relief from starvation or illness. American medical units quickly realized the scale of the emergency. This was no ordinary military occupation. It was a humanitarian catastrophe. Field hospitals were established. Quarantine zones were improvised to contain disease. Doctors and medics confronted cases of extreme emaciation. Bodies reduced to bone and skin, organs weakened by years of deprivation. Even well-intentioned aid had to be administered carefully. Refeeding starving prisoners too quickly could cause fatal complications. Recovery required discipline, planning, and time. For many survivors, time was running out. Some who had endured years of forced labor died days after liberation. Their bodies had simply endured too much. Their deaths underscored a harsh truth. Survival in the camp did not guarantee survival beyond it. Meanwhile, American soldiers documented what they found. Photographs were taken inside barracks and along the campgrounds. Piles of bodies were recorded. The tunnel systems were inspected. Tools, machinery, and evidence of forced industrial production were catalogued. Written reports described living conditions in detail. Ebensee became evidence. Unlike camps that had been partially dismantled or evacuated more thoroughly, Ebensee still bore visible traces of its function. The tunnels carved for underground weapons production testified to the fusion of industry and imprisonment. Barracks overflowing beyond capacity testified to overcrowding and neglect. Records that had not been fully destroyed provided fragments of names and numbers. But documentation was only the beginning of reckoning. In the weeks that followed, Allied investigators began identifying surviving SS personnel connected to Mauthausen and its subcamps, including Ebensee. Arrests were made. Interrogations followed. Responsibility, once shielded by hierarchy and bureaucracy, became the subject of inquiry. The Mauthausen trials, conducted by U.S. military authorities in 1946, addressed crimes committed across the camp complex. Testimonies from survivors played a central role. Men who had once been reduced to numbers now spoke as witnesses. They described the tunnels. They described starvation rations and roll calls. They described beatings, selections, punishments, and the collapse of order in the final days. For many, speaking was both necessary and painful. Memory carried weight. Recounting events meant revisiting trauma. Yet testimony transformed private suffering into public record. Ebensee, once hidden in isolation, entered historical documentation through these voices. Justice, however, was incomplete. Some perpetrators were tried and convicted. Others avoided capture. Many lower-ranking guards blended back into civilian life in the post-war chaos. The scale of the Nazi camp system made comprehensive accountability impossible. The legal reckoning, though significant, could not encompass every act of cruelty. For survivors, the path forward diverged. Some returned to their home countries if homes remained. Many discovered that families had been destroyed, communities erased, property seized. Europe itself was in ruins. The end of the war did not restore what had been lost. Others emigrated to the United States, to Palestine, and later Israel, to South America, to wherever rebuilding seemed possible. They carried with them memories of granite dust, of tunnels carved under compulsion, of hunger that shaped every waking thought. In the years after liberation, Ebensee did not immediately become a memorial site. Like many former camps, it passed through phases of neglect, repurposing, and gradual recognition. The physical space, once saturated with suffering, struggled to find meaning in peacetime landscapes. Some structures decayed. Others were removed. The tunnels remained, silent and imposing. Over time, historical scholarship deepened understanding of Ebensee's role within the Mauthausen complex. Researchers traced labor contracts between the SS and German companies. They documented the industrial ambitions that had driven the expansion of underground facilities. They analyzed administrative correspondence that revealed how quotas, deadlines, and productivity targets had shaped daily brutality. The camp was no longer just a site of memory. It became a subject of study, a case in how modern states can mobilize forced labor at scale. Educational initiatives emerged gradually. Memorial markers were installed. Survivor associations advocated for preservation and public awareness. Ceremonies commemorated liberation anniversaries. Names were read aloud. Memory required effort. Ebensee had not been designed for spectacle. It lacked the immediate notoriety of some other camps. Yet its function, as a tunnel camp built to protect armaments production from Allied bombing, represented a crucial dimension of the Nazi system, the transformation of prisoners into expendable industrial labor. The granite quarries and underground chambers symbolized this logic. Human lives were treated as replaceable inputs in a war economy that prioritized output above survival. In post-war Austria and Germany, grappling with this history was gradual and often uncomfortable. Public narratives shifted over decades. Silence gave way to acknowledgement. Scholarship replaced denial. Commemoration replaced erasure. Today, Ebensee stands not only as a former subcamp of Mauthausen, but as a reminder of how forced labor functioned as a method of destruction. Death did not always come in the form of gas chambers. It arrived through exhaustion, starvation, disease, and calculated neglect. The mountains that once concealed the tunnels still rise above the town. Visitors walk paths where prisoners once marched. The physical landscape endures, but its meaning has changed. Chapter 9, Segment 3 marks the transition from immediate survival to historical legacy. It follows liberation into accountability. It traces suffering into testimony. It shows how a site built for secrecy became part of public memory. Ebensee's story does not end at the gates opening on May 5, 1945. It continues in courtrooms, archives, memorial ceremonies, and classrooms. It continues in the careful preservation of evidence and the quiet determination of survivors who insisted that what happened beneath the mountain would not be forgotten. The camp that once turned labor into death became, in time, a warning. And warnings endure only if they are remembered. Chapter 10, Segment 1. The System Beneath the Mountain. How Ebensee Fit into the Nazi War Machine. Ebensee was never meant to stand alone. It was conceived as an extension, a hidden limb of a larger organism. To understand Ebensee fully, we must step back and examine the system that created it, the fusion of ideology, industry, and forced labor that defined the later years of the Nazi regime. By 1943, Germany's military position had shifted dramatically. Allied bombers struck industrial centers with increasing precision. Factories that produced aircraft, engines, and weapons were reduced to rubble. The Luftwaffe struggled to regain dominance in the skies. Hitler demanded solutions that would shield production from destruction. The answer was not retreat. It was relocation. Industrial planners and SS administrators proposed moving key armaments facilities underground, into mountains, quarries, and tunnels beyond the reach of bombs. Rock would become armor. Earth would become camouflage. Production would continue even as cities burned. But underground construction required labor on an immense scale. That labor would not be voluntary. Ebensee emerged from this convergence of military desperation and ideological ruthlessness. It was established in 1943 as a subcamp of Mauthausen, specifically tasked with carving vast tunnel systems into the mountains near the Tronsee Lake region. These tunnels were intended to house production lines for advanced weapons systems, including components for rockets and other armaments critical to Germany's faltering war effort. The official language of planning documents spoke of construction sites, protective facilities, and strategic relocation. Nowhere did it describe the reality. Thousands of prisoners forced to cut into solid rock with inadequate tools, insufficient food, and no protection from collapsing stone. The SS oversaw the labor force. Civilian engineers and industrial managers collaborated in design and supervision. Contracts were signed between the SS and private firms. Payment was calculated per prisoner per day, a bureaucratic formula that reduced human beings to line items in financial ledgers. The system was efficient in one regard: it guaranteed a steady supply of expendable workers. Prisoners arrived at Ebensee from across occupied Europe. Many had already endured years in other camps. Some were transferred directly from Mauthausen. Others came from camps evacuated in the east as Soviet forces advanced. Each arrival increased the labor pool and the strain on infrastructure. Barracks built for far fewer inmates filled rapidly. Food rations, already minimal, became thinner. Sanitation deteriorated. Yet the construction quotas did not decrease. Every morning, prisoners were marched to the tunnel entrances. Inside, the air grew heavy with dust and exhaust. Lighting was inadequate. Ventilation was poor. Blasting operations shook the rock overhead. Collapses were not uncommon. Injuries were constant. Those who faltered were beaten. Those who slowed the pace were punished. The SS demanded speed because industrial schedules demanded completion. The tunnels themselves were vast. Long corridors bored into mountainsides, branching chambers intended to house assembly lines. Concrete supports were installed where possible, but often the rock remained raw and unstable. Water seeped through cracks. In winter, cold penetrated deep underground. The workday stretched far beyond reasonable endurance. Prisoners labored until exhaustion blurred consciousness. Hunger accompanied them back to barracks each night. Ebensee was not classified primarily as an extermination camp. It was categorized within the concentration camp system. Yet its mortality rates rose to levels comparable with sites designed for more immediate killing. The difference lay not in intent, but in method. Death here was cumulative. Starvation weakened immune systems. Overwork destroyed muscles and lungs. Injuries went untreated. Disease spread rapidly through overcrowded quarters. The industrial objective, to produce weapons beneath the mountain, overshadowed any concern for survival. This integration of camp labor into the war economy reveals a central feature of the Nazi system in its later phase. Genocide and industrial production were not separate processes. They were intertwined. The SS profited financially from prisoner labor. Companies benefited from low-cost, controlled workforces. Military planners received facilities protected from aerial bombardment. Each layer of bureaucracy justified its role through necessity and efficiency. Responsibility diffused across institutions. At Ebensee, as in other subcamps, this diffusion created a chain of command that obscured direct accountability. Guards enforced discipline. Civilian supervisors monitored productivity. Administrators calculated rations and prisoner allocations. Orders flowed downward. Suffering flowed upward. The system beneath the mountain was therefore not accidental. It was deliberate, structured, and integrated into national strategy. As Allied forces advanced on multiple fronts, the urgency of underground construction intensified. Deadlines tightened. Transports increased. The camp population swelled further in late 1944 and early 1945 as evacuations from other camps pushed thousands toward Mauthausen and its subcamps. Ebensee became a receptacle for desperation. The more precarious Germany's military position grew, the harsher conditions inside the camp became. Guards feared collapse. Prisoners sensed the approaching end but could not know when it would arrive. Production continued even as supply chains faltered. By early 1945, the war economy that Ebensee was meant to protect was itself unraveling. Raw materials became scarce. Transportation networks broke down. Bombing raids intensified elsewhere. Yet the tunnels remained active, their walls echoing with drilling and explosions. The irony was stark. A facility designed to ensure victory operated at the moment when defeat was already imminent. Chapter 10 begins by examining this final stage of the system, when ideology, industry, and fear intersected most sharply. Ebensee functioned as both a symbol of technological ambition and a testament to moral collapse. The mountain concealed more than machinery. It concealed the belief that human life could be expended for output. It concealed contracts signed in offices far removed from the tunnels. It concealed the transformation of forced labor into a pillar of national survival strategy. And as the Reich crumbled, this system did not dissolve peacefully. It tightened. It extracted more from those who had nothing left to give. Chapter 10, Segment 1 therefore situates Ebensee within the broader architecture of the Nazi war machine, not as an isolated tragedy, but as a calculated node in a network that linked camps, corporations, and command structures. Understanding this structure is essential, because Ebensee was not built by chaos. It was built by design. Chapter 10, Segment 2. Collapse without mercy. The final weeks inside Ebensee. By the spring of 1945, the mountain still stood, but the system inside it was collapsing. Germany was losing on every front. Soviet forces pressed from the east. American armies advanced through southern Germany and into Austria. Supply lines were severed. Communications faltered. Yet inside Ebensee, daily routines continued with a strange, mechanical persistence. Roll call still took place. Work details still marched toward tunnel entrances. Punishments were still carried out. The war outside was moving rapidly. Inside the camp, time seemed suspended between desperation and denial. As other concentration camps were evacuated in chaotic haste, thousands of prisoners were transported toward Mauthausen and its subcamps. Ebensee absorbed many of them. The camp, never designed for such numbers, became dangerously overcrowded. Barracks built for a few hundred now held far more. Men slept pressed against one another, layered across wooden bunks and even across the floors. Ventilation failed to keep pace with human density. Disease flourished in the stagnant air. Typhus began to spread. Malnutrition, already severe, became catastrophic. Food rations dwindled further as transportation networks broke down. Watery soup and crusts of bread were insufficient to sustain men forced into hard labor. Bodies thinned to skeletal frames. Ice sank into hollowed faces. Yet the work did not stop. Prisoners continued drilling and blasting inside the tunnels. Guards insisted on maintaining order. Industrial supervisors demanded continued progress. The mountain still required excavation, even if the war it served was already lost. The contradiction deepened daily. Some prisoners sensed that liberation was near. Rumors circulated through barracks at night, whispers of advancing American troops, of German units surrendering elsewhere. Hope flickered, fragile and dangerous. But hope inside a collapsing camp could also invite punishment. The SS guards faced a dilemma. Orders from above were inconsistent. Some officials spoke of evacuating camps to prevent prisoners from falling into Allied hands. Others lacked the means to organize large-scale transports. Rail lines were damaged. Fuel was scarce. In several camps across the Reich, evacuation meant death marches, forced movements of prisoners across long distances, often without adequate food or shelter. At Ebensee, preparations for evacuation were discussed but never fully executed on a mass scale. The speed of the Allied advance outpaced organized withdrawal. Instead, chaos replaced coordination. Discipline among guards began to fracture. Some grew more violent, seeking to assert authority as the structure around them weakened. Others quietly abandoned posts or destroyed records. The certainty that had once defined their power dissolved into uncertainty. Prisoners noticed the change. Orders were barked with less confidence. Administrative routines faltered. Record-keeping grew inconsistent. In some sectors, guards seemed unsure of what would happen next. Yet violence did not diminish. Executions continued in the final weeks. Those accused of sabotage or disobedience were punished harshly. Food shortages worsened. Disease claimed increasing numbers of lives. The mortality rate rose sharply as April approached. Bodies accumulated in barracks and near work sites. The cremation facilities could not keep pace. In some cases, corpses were stacked temporarily until disposal could be arranged. The camp began to resemble not only a labor site, but a landscape of slow-moving catastrophe. The psychological environment shifted as well. Prisoners balanced between exhaustion and anticipation. Some planned for survival beyond liberation, imagining food, medical care, letters home. Others feared what might happen in the final hours before Allied arrival. In other camps, last-minute massacres had occurred. Would Ebensee become one more site of final, desperate killing? Inside the tunnels, work crews labored beneath rock that no longer symbolized military ambition but looming uncertainty. The industrial dream of underground production had become irrelevant. The Reich's defeat was increasingly visible. Outside the camp perimeter, Austrian civilians observed signs of change. Columns of German soldiers retreated along nearby roads. Air raids became less frequent but more decisive. The soundscape of the region shifted from confident militarization to defensive retreat. On some days, guards tightened restrictions. On others, they seemed distracted. The chain of command grew fragile. As April progressed, more prisoners arrived from other camps evacuated under brutal conditions. These arrivals brought stories of death marches, of shootings along roadsides, of chaos in camps already overrun by disease. Their presence intensified overcrowding and strain. Medical facilities inside Ebensee were inadequate to address the crisis. Sick prisoners often lay untreated. Lice-infested clothing circulated continuously. Water supplies were limited. Sanitation deteriorated further. The camp entered what survivors later described as its most lethal phase, not because of organized extermination, but because of systemic collapse layered onto sustained deprivation. Death became constant background. Every morning roll call revealed new absences. Every evening brought new bodies carried from barracks. The distinction between living and dying blurred as starvation advanced. Yet amid collapse, fragments of order remained. Some prisoner networks quietly organized to prepare for liberation. They shared information, attempted to maintain internal discipline, and planned to prevent chaos should guards flee suddenly. These internal efforts reflected a determination not only to survive, but to preserve a measure of dignity in the face of disintegration. By early May 1945, Allied forces were approaching rapidly. Reports of nearby towns being secured circulated through whispered conversations. The SS command at Ebensee faced shrinking options. Destruction of evidence was considered. Records were burned. Some guards abandoned posts. Others remained, uncertain whether to fight, flee, or surrender. The mountain that had once symbolized protection now felt exposed. On the eve of liberation, the camp existed in suspended tension. Guards feared retribution. Prisoners feared last-minute violence. Disease continued its quiet devastation. Chapter 10, Segment 2 captures this final convergence. The moment when the system that had defined Ebensee for 2 years began to unravel under the weight of military defeat and internal exhaustion. It was not a dramatic explosion of order into chaos. It was a slow collapse, bureaucratic routines breaking apart, authority eroding, hunger deepening, and time stretching toward an uncertain horizon. The mountain still concealed its tunnels. But inside, the machinery of forced labor was no longer sustained by confidence. It was sustained only by inertia, and inertia was running out. Chapter 10, Segment 3. Liberation and Reckoning. The End of Ebensee. In the early days of May 1945, the sound that reached Ebensee was not the thunder of drills inside the mountain, but the distant echo of approaching liberation. German authority across Austria was collapsing. Units were surrendering. Communication between camps and Central SS Command had largely disintegrated. At Ebensee, confusion reigned. Some guards abandoned their posts. Others removed insignia and attempted to blend into retreating military formations. A few remained inside the camp perimeter, uncertain whether to maintain discipline or prepare for surrender. Inside the barracks, prisoners sensed the shift before they saw it. Roll calls became irregular. Orders were issued with diminishing confidence. Guard patrols thinned. The tight rhythm of camp life, wake, march, work, return, began to falter. Yet even in those final hours, fear remained sharp. Across the collapsing Reich, there had been instances where SS units carried out last-minute executions rather than allow prisoners to be freed. No one inside Ebensee could be certain what the final act would look like. On May 6, 1945, American forces from the 80th Infantry Division reached Ebensee. The guards who remained offered little resistance. Some had already fled. Others surrendered quickly. The barbed wire, watchtowers, and gates that had defined existence for thousands suddenly lost their authority. But liberation was not a moment of simple relief. American soldiers entered expecting a labor camp. What they found was something far more devastating. Inside the barracks lay men reduced to skeletal forms. Many could not stand. Some could not speak. Others crawled toward the newcomers, unsure whether what they were seeing was real. The stench of disease and decay hung in the air. Typhus had spread widely. Starvation had hollowed entire blocks of prisoners. In some areas of the camp, corpses remained unburied. Photographs taken in those first days show faces that appear more like shadows than bodies. Survivors suspended between life and death. The mountain tunnels, once intended to protect advanced weapon production, stood silent behind them. For American troops, the encounter was both shocking and destabilizing. They had fought across Europe and seen battlefields littered with casualties. But Ebensee revealed a different kind of destruction, systematic, prolonged, deliberate. Medical teams were summoned immediately. Field hospitals were established. Efforts began to isolate those infected with typhus. Food distribution had to be carefully managed. Many liberated prisoners were so starved that sudden large meals could be fatal, a condition later known as refeeding syndrome. Liberation was followed by urgent triage. Doctors and nurses worked continuously to stabilize those on the brink of death. Some prisoners survived only days after freedom arrived. Others gradually regained strength. The process was slow and fragile. Meanwhile, American officers documented what they found. Photographs were taken. Testimonies were recorded. The tunnels were inspected. Evidence of forced labor, starvation, and abuse was catalogued. Unlike camps that had been destroyed or abandoned more completely, Ebensee still held physical proof of its operation. The story of the camp began to move from whispered survival accounts into official record. Survivors, many of whom had spent years under relentless control, now faced a different challenge: understanding what freedom meant. Some had no homes to return to. Entire families had been lost. Countries had been occupied or transformed. The world they remembered no longer existed in the same form. Yet in those first days after liberation, small acts carried immense meaning. Men stood without being ordered to stand. They walked beyond gates without fear of being shot. They spoke without whispering. The mountain remained, but its authority was gone. For the SS personnel captured at Ebensee and within the broader Mauthausen complex, a new phase began as well, one of investigation and accountability. In the months that followed, American military authorities conducted inquiries into camp operations. Former guards and administrators were identified, arrested, and interrogated. The Mauthausen trials, held by U.S. military tribunals, examined crimes committed across the camp system, including Ebensee. Survivors testified about conditions inside the tunnels, the starvation rations, the beatings, the executions, and the final lethal months. For many survivors, speaking publicly about their experiences was both necessary and painful. Their testimony formed part of a broader effort to document the machinery of forced labor and terror that had sustained the Nazi regime. Ebensee's history did not vanish after 1945. In the years following the war, the site underwent transformation. Some areas were dismantled. Others were repurposed. Gradually, memorialization efforts emerged. Survivors returned to mark the ground where so many had suffered and died. The tunnels, once symbols of hidden weapon production, became reminders of hidden suffering. The story of Ebensee challenges a common misconception about Nazi camps, that death required gas chambers alone. Ebensee demonstrates how forced labor, starvation, disease, and deliberate neglect could function as instruments of destruction. It was a camp where annihilation was achieved through exhaustion, where quotas replaced compassion, where bureaucracy translated ideology into daily routine. And yet, within that system, human bonds persisted. Prisoners shared fragments of bread. They passed along information. They organized quietly to maintain hope in the final weeks. Survival itself became resistance. When liberation arrived, it did not erase suffering, but it ended the machinery that produced it. Chapter 10, Segment 3 concludes not with triumph, but with reckoning. Ebensee stands as a testament to how modern systems, industrial planning, administrative order, economic demand, can be turned toward cruelty when ideology strips certain lives of value. The camp was built to extract labor until bodies failed. It collapsed when the regime that sustained it collapsed. Yet its history endures. Today, the site serves as a memorial and educational center. Visitors walk paths where prisoners once marched before dawn. They stand before tunnel entrances carved by exhausted hands. They read names of those who did not survive long enough to see May 1945. Memory has replaced silence. The mountain still rises above the Danube region, unchanged by time. But the meaning attached to it has shifted. It is no longer a fortress of secret production. It is a marker of warning. Ebensee reminds us that atrocity does not always appear as sudden explosion. Sometimes it unfolds slowly, through schedules, quotas, paperwork, and the steady erosion of human worth. And sometimes, despite efforts to conceal or minimize it, the evidence remains. Liberation opened the gates. History keeps them open. Ebensee was built in the shadows of a mountain, hidden from the world, carved into stone, designed to disappear beneath secrecy and war. It was a place where human beings were forced underground, where daylight was replaced by dust and darkness, and where labor itself became a slow method of destruction. It did not have the infamy of larger camps. It was not meant to. It was engineered to function quietly, efficiently, until nothing was left of the men inside it but numbers on a ledger and bodies too weak to stand. But history does not stay buried forever. The tunnels still exist. The names still exist. The testimonies still exist. Ebensee reminds us that genocide does not only happen in gas chambers. It can unfold through bureaucracy, quotas, starvation, and the calculated belief that some lives are expendable. It shows how modern industry, when guided by hatred, can transform mountains into instruments of death. Yet it also reveals something else. Even inside the tunnels, even in the final weeks when collapse seemed inevitable, prisoners shared food, passed messages, protected one another, and refused to let their humanity be completely erased. Survival became resistance. Memory became defiance. When liberation came in May 1945, the machinery stopped. But the responsibility to remember did not. This documentary exists for that reason, not to sensationalize suffering, but to understand how systems of cruelty are built, how they function, and how they can be prevented from rising again. If you found this series meaningful, if you believe that these histories must continue to be told with care and clarity, consider supporting this channel. Subscribe for more deeply researched, calm, full-length Holocaust and World War II documentaries, created to educate, to preserve memory, and to ensure that silence never replaces truth. Because remembering is not optional. It is a responsibility, and history must remain awake, even when we drift to sleep.